Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to this info day that is dedicated to our first ever auction call for industrial heat decarbonization under the Innovation Fund, the call that was launched on the 4th of December last week. We are very honored to see so many participants that registered for this event, which should be more than 1,000 people connected, and we are really honored by the interest of all of you, and obviously we hope that after today you will have all the necessary information to prepare very good proposals and bids for this auction call. I am Roman Dobrava, I'm the head of unit for the Innovation Fund at CINEA, at Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, and it's my pleasure to accompany you today throughout the day and also throughout the Q&A sessions. The objective for today will be to give you as much as possible information so that you are well equipped to start working on your bids, on your proposals under this auction. It's a new auction, so we are really interested and eager to see the projects coming once we close the call. We hope that today will be sufficient space for you to understand the conditions, the requirements, the necessities that need to be there if you intend to submit your proposal. We will explain a bit later how we will manage the interaction, the questions with you. We have very busy agenda today, so we will start with introductory remarks. I'm very happy to welcome Alex Paco from DG CLIMA, who is the director responsible for clean technologies and many other things in CLIMA. Alex will say a few words about the policy context, why this auction call is so important today and for the future. Afterwards, we will go through the key objectives and design features of this auction call. So please listen attentively. I'm happy to then pass the floor to Evelina and Rowan, colleagues from DG CLIMA, who are behind this auction call. Then we will have the first Q&A session, after which we will plunge deeper into the award criteria for this auction call. And I have great colleagues here, Gianluca and others, who will give you the presentation on that. Then we will have a second Q&A session, and importantly, because the time is always running fast, we have added additional Q&A session in the afternoon that is purely dedicated to your questions and answers that will be chaired by Maria Alfayate. And there we will try to answer as many questions as we can today, because I presume there will be many, given the novelty of this new call. One important disclaimer: there is a lot of material that is being published in connection to this new auction call. Also the slides and the presentations will be made available from today. There are tutorials available. We will talk about that a bit later, but just for the, let's say, legal clarity, the call text that was officially published on the 4th of December and the related official Q&A document are the ones that take precedent over any other information. This is obviously without any prejudice to the outcome of the evaluation after we close the evaluation procedure for the call. We will be communicating with you through Slido, so if you please can go to slido.com and hashtag Innovation25 Heat, or simply scan the QR code that you see on the screen. This will take you directly to the Slido session dedicated to this auction call. This event will be recorded. Both the presentation and the presentations and the recordings will be made available later on CINEA's website. The Q&A sessions or transcripts will not be made public. We will do our best to answer as many questions as possible today. Please bear with us. There may be many questions, so it may take some time until these questions will appear on the screen. Not all the questions may be answered with personalized answers. For instance, if the questions will not be clearly drafted, or if the questions will be answered essentially through the presentations. So please also understand that. And the questions obviously will be treated by the colleagues here in the room, in the back office. So we will obviously try to address as many as we can today, so that at the end of the sessions we will all be clear, and I hope you will be well equipped to move on with your preparations of your projects. Okay, so I hope this is clear. I hope I haven't forgotten any logistical information. And if this is the case, then I'm really honored to pass the floor to Alex for your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Roman, and good morning, colleagues online and here in the room. I can tell you here in the room, I think we are about 20 colleagues to really serve you, help you, as Roman was saying, to prepare as best as possible your bids. So I'm really happy to be with you this morning because for us, and I'm sure for you as well, it's a big achievement to have this meeting, because it's really making one of the promises of the Clean Industrial Deal a reality. That is to launch a pilot for the future Industrial Decarbonization Bank. As you know, the Clean Industrial Deal that was adopted at the beginning of this year has been a very important and strategic document for the new college to really give the direction of travel for the next years. And it is very much about how to support industry to decarbonize. Why? Because it's important for climate action, but also because it's essential for the competitiveness of EU industry and also for our economic security. And when we look at how to create a business case for industry to decarbonize, one of the key features of the Clean Industrial Deal is about funding. How can we help closing the funding gap for many of these very good projects that you are considering? How to make projects bankable? And this is how this concept of the Industrial Decarbonization Bank came to us, really with the idea of how to scale up projects and innovation across Europe. So to go one step beyond the Innovation Fund and really to help the scale-up. 100 billion euros have been announced in the Clean Industrial Deal, and here we are going to test with the pilot on industrial heat decarbonization how we can make the best use of this future bank. So this is why we call it a pilot, but we really want this pilot to serve you and to really make a difference on the ground. We have been designing this new pilot, this new heat auction, together with you. I think for us this is a very important element of all our work, is that we do that together with the sectors concerned so that we can offer the best possible approach. And here I would like to stress a couple of elements that for us are very important principles or features of this new auction, which we think could also be important for the future. First, we've decided to use this pilot to help decarbonization the heat production, because this is a major part of the emissions of industry. Also because it concerns mainly all sectors of industry, from food, glass, steel, chemicals, also relate to small and medium enterprise, and where we also have a number of technologies that are available. Another important element of our thinking is how to make this instrument the most cost effective. And this is why we will be supporting the ton of CO2 abated. So this is going to be a fixed premium. We've tried to simplify as much as possible the design of the auction to have the biggest impact and to really help you also to prepare as best as possible. We also want to encourage flexible consumption of electricity, and this is why some of the elements of the auction look at that. So, as I said, we want this auction to be successful, so we've made it to fit, hopefully, your needs and be as simple as possible. We've learned from the previous auctions that we have run on RFNBO, And yeah, we want to make this new pilot an important milestone towards the new Industrial Decarbonization Bank, as I said. We're also extremely happy that one of the features of the hydrogen auction, the auction as a service, is also being used here for the first time by Spain. And we really also encourage other member states, if they wish so, to think about this feature, because that's a way to bring together European money together with national revenues of support that can really help develop further these auctions. So as Roman was saying, there will be a long day full of questions and answers. I think so far there's been already a Q&A published with more than 100 questions. So this is showing to you our willingness to make you successful in the bids that you will provide. So I wish you all success to you online, but also to the colleagues here that I would like to thank as well, because I think this preparation of the auction has been a real record time operation. I think only a couple of months needed to prepare it, to discuss it with you. So I think it shows our determination to move forward. So a big thank you to the colleagues here from CINEA, from DG CLIMA, and over to you, Roman.
Thank you so much, Alex, for this important scoping and explaining the context of this new auction. As we mentioned before, it is one of the key pillars also going forward, and we will see, also dependent on the outcome of this first pilot auction, how the future auctions would be designed, set, and we do hope indeed to continue if possible. Before we go to the auction itself, I would just quickly give you a few key information about the Innovation Fund itself. For those of you who are not yet in touch with us, who have not prepared the proposals before, this is one of the largest funding instruments globally, I can say, for the dedicated projects related to greenhouse gas emissions reductions in a wide array of sectors and technologies. It is also innovative in the way how the Innovation Fund is being deployed. Those of you who already know us for some time would remember that in 2020 we started with a humble objective to come up with 2 calls per year for large-scale projects and small-scale projects. At the time, we designed the fund as a lump sum framework with traditional grants funded over the project milestones. Then, as the policy context has been shifting and is shifting, also the markets are moving, and we are really trying to adapt and see how we can react with new forms of support. Since 2023, we have merged the traditional call, if you like, into one net zero technology call that is published annually with the 5 topics. And in 23, we also deployed our first hydrogen auction call. I think it's for the first time that the Commission has even tried to deploy the funding in a different way that is a product-based, focused on delivery of certified hydrogen. This was under the European Hydrogen Bank. In 24, we have also launched the battery call that was a reaction to a call for supporting the battery industry in Europe that is critical for the development of our decarbonization agenda. And in 2025, so last week, we also published the new family of calls for 2025. The traditional net zero technologies call under the lump sum framework. We will have the info day about that next week, so you are all invited to follow that as well on the 16th of December. We will in the afternoon present the hydrogen auction, where we again we are updating that, also addressing low carbon hydrogen, and there are some additional changes that we will present in the afternoon. And this heat auction, which is very new, that is addressing the key vector of decarbonization in industry, which is industrial heat. We have already closed 11 calls, awarded or allocated more than 15 billion euros to projects. This is significant support. Today, a very important amount of financing, which we hope will help industries to move on with their decarbonization projects, with their innovative projects. We are already covering 28 countries in Europe. I'm saying Europe because it's European Union and EEA countries, because that is the geographical target for the Innovation Fund. With every call, we are welcoming new countries into the family. This last call in 24, we are very happy to see that the Romanian project has joined and was successful, so we hope obviously that will continue. If we look to the coverage per country, you see on the screen that the highest number of projects are located in Spain, France, Italy, Germany, Norway, Belgium, Netherlands, Sweden, Denmark, and Poland. And on the lower bar chart, you see the amounts that have been allocated to projects located in those countries. And you see that it's different, and this is also something to take with a pinch of salt, because obviously the amounts allocated are a function of the type of projects, of the economic pattern of a given country. For instance, we have a highest number of projects in Spain, but the highest amount allocated in Germany. You see that in Italy, for instance, we have very high number of projects, but the amount is there that reflects the type of the projects, which in the case of Italy, it's mostly small-scale projects. So that is also showing the diversity that we see across Europe. And on the right-hand side, we have countries that are still lagging behind in terms of the number of successful projects. I must say it's also indirectly correlated to number of proposals that we receive from the different countries. So we do hope that also with this last call in 25, we will see more successful projects coming from the countries with lower representation. We are also very busy with colleagues to support national contact points, especially in those countries, to be able and well prepared to explain the conditions of the call to attract more projects. And we obviously would welcome more proposals from these countries, and we would encourage you to apply to our calls. In terms of the sectoral technological coverage that is represented on the screen, the Innovation Fund is born under the EU ETS and funded under the EU ETS. That is also, I think, quite well correlated with the proportion of different sectors in the Innovation Fund in terms of supported projects. You see that 60% of the portfolio relates to energy-intensive industries. That includes many industries and industrial carbon management projects. You see high number of projects in hydrogen. That is also the outcome of the hydrogen auctions that we have been launching. And we have a growing proportion in manufacturing sectors, which is essential because we want to keep manufacturing in Europe. And then also quite well good representation of renewables and energy storage, around 15%. And a growing percentage of projects coming from new sectors, if you like, which is net zero mobility and aviation sector. So this is the spread in terms of technologies. I think the Innovation Fund is unique in a way that it covers nearly any installation that leads to decarbonization. And it really doesn't matter which sector this is. This is also, I think, the backbone for the heat auction, because we are agnostic in terms of which sector you are coming from. What we want to support is the effect, the installation of the new technology, re-engineering the economic concept on how business is being done with low-carbon products, supporting the companies to be competitive, and as the outcome, delivering the greenhouse gas emissions avoidance. So that would be just a scope of what we do, and now I'm very happy to pass the floor to Evelina and Rowan, our colleagues from DG CLIMA, who will start with plunging deeper into the industrial heat decarbonization auction.
Thank you, Roman. And yes, very happy to go to the objectives and the main elements of the design of the heat auction. My name is Evelina Daniel. I work in DG CLIMA in the Innovation Fund team. So yes, maybe first of all, why decarbonization of industrial process heat? A lot was said already in the introductory remarks, but just to stress, Electrification is the main vector of industry decarbonization towards 2030 and beyond. Whichever set of scenarios you look at, whether it is the Commission on scenarios, IAA, or academic, or from other sources, you will always see that there is supposed to be already a lot of electrification by 2030, and then as we go towards climate neutrality, even more of that. We have some uncertainties. If you compare the scenarios, you would see the differences. But even if you factor in the uncertainties, still electrification will be taking the largest share. So we know that this is the way to go to the future. And yet, today, when you look at it, you see that in terms of, the use of machinery and so on, then of course they will be using electricity. But when you look at the heart of industrial emissions, so those coming from the process heat, today, only 4% will be electrified. This is very little. Recently, we had a look at some more updated data, and still, in most of the sectors, the figure was single digit in terms of electrification. Why is it like that? Well, it's pretty simple. There are still the cost gaps compared with the fossil fuel-based technologies. And in presence of those cost gaps, technology cannot be taken up purely on the market conditions. This is why there is the need for the support mechanism to address those cost gaps, and this is why we have this dedicated Innovation Fund auction. We can even see that in the Innovation Fund portfolio, we have over 200 projects. Electrification projects are relatively underrepresented, so they still struggle, they still need support to happen. We compare this very little share today with large potential across the EU. This is why we see that this is perfect candidate for the auction, because then we can have projects in all sectors of the industry, from all sizes of the companies, and hopefully in all countries. So with this premise, if I was to put the heat auction in a nutshell, in a one slide, I would do the following. I would tell you that objective, of course, is to reduce GHG emissions cost effectively. This is why we have the auction, because auction is very good at revealing the actual need of the project for subsidy so that it can happen. So this should happen cost effectively, and we should support the market ramp up of decarbonization technologies in the industrial process heat. And then, as already said, it will be a pilot for Industrial Decarbonization Bank. It has many features. It is testing a couple of features which we hope will become prominent in the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, so looking at the abatement, having the tools which focus on the cost efficiency and addressing all industrial sectors. Eligible technologies, so we already said electrification, so of course projects that electrify industrial process heat. So we have here technologies such as heat pumps, electric boilers, resistance heating, induction heating, and even more fancy ones, if you allow me, plasma torches, shockwave heating, and even beyond that, if such projects can come towards our auction. We also have as eligible projects that use direct renewable heat. So the solar thermal and geothermal sources used directly for the heat in industrial uses. Also hybrid projects, so mixing any technologies that I already listed together would be eligible, and we are very curious what exactly will be the configurations which will come to the auction. In order to have the best possible competition in this auction, we created three topics. Some people call it baskets, so both terms can be used, because we know that as temperatures differ, actually the cost can also differ, and we wanted as much as possible to create a level playing field amongst the projects. So first of all, we have the division in terms of temperature, like I said. So we have two baskets for the projects which have temperatures between 100 and 400 Celsius degrees. And then we have one basket for the high temperature applications. This is a little bit where we are at the frontier. Such applications are not so well known. they are closer to the outcomes of the research, but we hope that at least in some sectors they could come forward to the auction, and then we can discover how those technologies can be deployed. So I already spoke about the differentiation in terms of temperatures, and then we also have differentiation in terms of sizes, and that happens between the first and the second basket. So both are for the same temperature range, 100 to 400 degrees Celsius. And then the first basket is for the installations which have the size between 3 and 5 megawatt thermal capacity. And then the second one for bigger projects, so equal or bigger than 5 megawatt thermal capacity. They all have, all of those three topics, they have their dedicated budgets. So 150 million for the first basket, plus 30 million from the Spanish auction as a service. So for the Spanish projects, then we have the second topic, which is 350 million from the Innovation Fund budget. So for all projects from all locations, and then 20 million for the Spanish auction as a service window. And then we have the biggest topic, 500 million, which is for the high temperature. Here we don't have the window of the Spanish auction as a service. Each of those topics has a maximum grant amount, because we wouldn't like to have a situation that there is one or two projects which comes and takes the whole budget. So we have a certain cap also to be respected. If I could talk briefly about auction design, I would say that it is composed of two elements. First is bid ranking. This is this slide. And then there is also qualifications, and that will be my next slide. So allow me first to talk about the bid ranking. The way that we think about bid formulation, and we hope it will be the same for the projects applying to the auction, is that projects, they all have their costs. So this is the violet bar, if you like, on the first graph. So levelized cost of heat production, right? And all those projects, they will have some revenues coming from the market. So revenues from selling the heat, or in case it is integrated project which immediately turns heat into the production of the final product, I don't know, metal, glass, paper, then of course they sell this project on the market, and from that they have the revenues. And today, for the projects which electrify the process heat or which deploy direct renewables, there is still a gap between the cost and revenues. And exactly this gap, which is this dark green rectangle that you still see on the first graph, this is the need for subsidy. And this is what we are interested in this auction. And we are expecting that with this need of subsidy defined in a way that I'm just presenting, projects are coming and formulating their bids. So de facto, when we will be receiving the bids from all the projects, we will be able to align those needs for subsidy from all projects and create a sort of the merit order or the bidding curve, if you like, which will allow us to see all the bids and rank them from the smallest to the highest. The projects which are bidding for the lowest support are the most competitive, and those are the ones which are likely to win the grant of the auction. So yes, this auction will be pay as bid, which means that what you bid in the auction will be also the actual support that you receive. And most likely, we very much hope that this auction will have a high level of subscription. Not all the bids will be able to be awarded. We will be awarding them up to the clearing price and not beyond. What is very important is that we expect that projects define their need for subsidy in terms of euros per megawatt hour of heat, because they will be about the producing of the process heat. And then we will be converting this subsidy expressed in euros per megawatt hour into euros per ton of CO2. And my colleague Rowan will explain exactly the mechanics of that. You will see it's just an automatic formula, so very, very simple for the applicants. So with this bid ranking explained, sort of helicopter view, and of course we will go much deeper into this later, allow me to speak about the second element, which is qualifications. So yes, what matters most is the bid, so the amount of subsidy per ton of CO2 requested by the project. But of course, certain conditions have to be fulfilled so that we can take forward this project. Some conditions will be very simple: admissibility. Are the proposals received on time, using the right documents, via the right portal? So let's say the very basics of every EU funding program. Are they eligible? So do they correspond to the scope of the call, which is mainly about the eligible technologies, the size of the installations, and colleagues will also mention other requirements. Are they relevant? So will they really deliver the decarbonization, and are they deploying the right solutions? Mind you, we are not doing the resilience requirements in this auction. Some of you who will listen to our hydrogen auction this afternoon, you will see that we have very specific requirements there. We don't have them in the heat auction because actually European industry is in a very good place in terms of those technologies. And we also are checking the quality of the proposals. What is very important, that all those elements are assessed in a, if you like, binary fashion. So yes, no, pass, fail. Is the project good enough? Is it fulfilling the requirements or not? So it is a very simple assessment, no scoring, no weighing of the scores, simple, is it good enough? It is not good enough. So this is very important to keep, and in order to do this assessment, we actually need the application form, which is composed of 3 elements and a number of mandatory documents. Now I'm coming back again to the bid ranking. The whole budget of the pilot auction is 1 billion euros, and actually this budget is a constraining value for this auction, which means that we can award as many projects as we can till our budget is exhausted. So as I was saying already before, bids will be ranked on the price. They will form a merit order curve. But remember, those bids also need to pass the qualification requirements that I was just explaining. So in practice, first of all, we will rank the bids, and then we will fill the whole budget with a number of bids necessary, plus some reserve list in case there are issues later on. And then, as long as projects are the first on this merit or are fulfilling the requirements, and as long as they pass qualifications, we can award them. So at some point, we will reach the clearing price, which will be the price of the last bid that we can still award within the budget that we have, so this 100 billion, and we will proceed in the same way also for the Spanish window of auction as a service. And then a few words about how we see the bid definition. So remember, what bidders are requesting is a fixed premium per ton of CO2. And then this bid is determined uniquely by the bidder. We don't have any restrictions on the level of bid, any specific indicators, internal rate of return, net present value. It is fully applicant's choice which costs are priced in and what level of bid is submitted. As I was explaining, rational bidding strategy is to address the gap that the project has between the cost and revenues. Now, there will be sort of competitive two forces pushing in the opposite direction. On one hand, you want to make the bid as competitive as possible in order to stand the best chance to win the auction. On the other hand, you want to make the bid as high as needed to make sure that project will actually happen. And remember, there is completion guarantee. So that means that once you sign the project agreement, if you don't deliver this project, the guarantee can be called. That means a payment. And there are rules pretty strict on the accumulation of support. So in essence, you cannot top up the innovation fund grant with another public support to make sure that it happens. No, think about level of subsidy that you need in order for project to be realized, to happen on the ground. There is also no automatic indexation of support. So inflation, potential cost increases, contingencies, any public support that you have to forego because of the accumulation rules, no, it cannot be added later. So your bid needs to cover all of them, and it will define the level of support that you will receive for the 5 years during the project operation. You already heard me explaining that level playing field is very important for us. You already heard me mentioning that we cannot have accumulation of the support. And because we receive a lot of questions on that already even after the publication of terms and conditions, so let's go a little bit more in detail into those rules on the combination, or some people call it accumulation of support. You see 4 icons. I hope that they are explicit, but just in case, I will go through them again. So first of all, the windmills, right? Wind turbines, they illustrate the provision of electricity in case your project is electrifying. This won't be the case, of course, for the direct renewable projects. So your provider of electricity, or if you have your own asset producing electricity, they can receive any type of public support. There are no restrictions whatsoever. Now, the second piece of machinery, I hope, so it is your supplier of the equipment, boiler, heat pump, and so on. They can also receive any kind of public support. The icon most to the right, so this is your off-taker, your customer. They can also receive any kind of support, no restrictions whatsoever. The only place where it is problematic is the project itself. So you will see in the call conditions that we will actually already require a self-declaration at the moment of application, that by the time of grant agreement signature, the project cannot be in any excluded cases of combined support. This concerns only project itself. And now, in addition to those general rules, I wanted to add that we operate with the term other public support. Let us unpack it a little bit. What does it exactly mean? So there can be different forms of public support. We would see 2 big families of that. One is EU funding, so Innovation Fund grant, LIFE grant, Horizon Europe, Connecting Europe facility. So in case your project receives already EU funding, or it is sure that it will receive in the future, and it concerns the project itself, not the suppliers, off-takers, and so on, then we have cumulation restrictions that apply. Then the second big family is this public support, is national support. And here, very often, you will need to check. Because some public support, which is on the national level, can be a general measure. General measure in the sense that it is not state aid. In some countries, for example, white certificates on the energy efficiency, this is general measure, this is not state aid, and there are no restrictions to combine this level of support. Excellent. But if this national support is state aid, whether it is notified or not, so depending on the size of the support, most often, then cumulation restrictions will apply. And what we see on the help desk is that very often applicants don't know if it is state aid or not. It's a legitimate question. Unfortunately, we cannot help you much because we don't know all the 30 legal regimes in all countries which are eligible. So we advise you to check with the national authority which administers this scheme, or go to DG Competition Registry. If you confirm that it is a state aid, then yes, we are back to the second box, so with the accumulation restrictions apply. You have one case which is a bit different, which is free allowances under ETS. I am very happy to confirm that this is not state aid, so there are no restrictions. So yes, that's quite a deep dive for the accumulation, but I hope that it clarifies and it will be useful in the applications. And with this, over to Rowan.
Okay, and I continue with the bid definition section. So we tried to make the application for this auction as simple as possible. So for projects, your bid will be input in euros per megawatt hour. So you need to bid the price that you can produce industrial process heat. However, the ranking of projects will be based on a euros per ton of CO2 abated. Now, the calculation for this euros per ton of CO2 abated will be an automatic conversion using either the phase 4 ETS heat benchmark or the emissions factor of the fossil fuel fired heat production, which will be replaced. So applicants have a choice of which benchmark will be used. And the reason we're using this mechanism is to incentivize the decommissioning of fossil fuel installations. So those projects which do show that they are able to decommission a fossil fuel installation will receive an advantage in the bid process. So, as I say, it's the choice of the bidder whether they, which mechanism they bid under. If they are to bid under mechanism 2, where they're bidding against a fossil fuel installation to be replaced, they must provide proof, and we'll explain more details on that. When a fossil fuel is replaced, there will be a standardized emissions factor used, and those are listed on the screen. Okay, so we didn't consider indirect emissions as part of the design of this auction, but we designed the auction to support as best as possible the deployment of renewable energy and electricity grid balancing. So we want to encourage the decarbonisation of the energy grid over time. And so to encourage this in bids, we've provided 4 options for bidders to show that they have considered flexibility in the deployment of their project. So by default, all projects will only be able to receive a maximum payment equal to 70% of full bid hours. If they are able to show a flexible ramping schedule, that is that they can indicate ex post that their project is able to follow vary their electricity consumption based on price signals, then they will be able to receive a maximum payment up to 80% of hours. The third option, which allows projects to bid up to 100% of hours, is if they provide energy storage. Now, this storage must be sufficient to replace electricity consumption from the grid for 4 hours by 20% within 1 hour. And this is checked ex ante only, so before the project goes into operation. And the fourth option for heat pumps with a coefficient of performance of above 2, so very efficient heat pumps, or for direct renewables technology, which are obviously not consuming electricity from the grid, then they will be eligible for a maximum payment up to 100% of hours. Okay, into main technology eligibility requirements. Evelyn has already mentioned some of this, but the technologies which are eligible are obviously industrial process heat electrification technologies, direct renewables technologies, so solar thermal or geothermal or any combination of the above. What are not eligible are non-heat processes in industry. So this auction is focused only on industrial process heat decarbonisation. Heat production for space heating or district heating is not eligible. Because they were deemed to be already economically competitive, electric arc furnaces for steel making and electrolysis processes, for example in the aluminium sector, are also deemed not eligible. We have had a number of questions about this, but biomass heating and hydrogen use are also considered ineligible. We already see there's a wide range of biomass technologies deployed in the marketplace, and there also are constraints on the availability of biomass, and so this technology is considered ineligible. Projects then involve any new fossil fuel-fired capacity are ineligible, except where projects can demonstrate that there's a technical or safety restriction which exists, which requires there to be some fossil fuel capacity to be installed alongside the electrified or direct renewable technology. Of course, in this case, only the subsidy will only be given to the renewable or electrified heat production. Heat pumps can reuse waste heat from existing industrial processes, but not from power generation, district heating, or waste incineration. And as we will speak about shortly, activities which do not comply with the do no significant harm technical screening criteria are also ineligible. Going to the obligations on projects. So we want to prioritize projects which can reach entry into operation quickly. We want to encourage the rollout of decarbonisation as soon as possible. So projects have 2 years from the point of signing the grant agreement to reach financial close. And this means that they need to demonstrate that all contracts are signed and conditions in them are fulfilled. And it will be approved by the granting authority. If the grant agreement is terminated, then we will call the completion guarantee at this point. Projects have 4 years after signing agreement to reach entry into operation, and this means they need to demonstrate that the process is operational at nameplate thermal capacity. And in terms of reporting processes, so reporting will be on a 6-monthly basis once the project has entered into operation. We'll get to the heat measurement process, which will be used on that 6-monthly basis. There will be an automatic formula which then translates that into the GHG abatement, as I mentioned. And it's important that the level of output should not decrease below 30% of the expected annual volume, which is something you give us at the point in time when you bid for 3 years in a row. Okay, we will go into, we've had a lot of questions about the monitoring of heat production. So we will have an entire section dedicated to this with people much more knowledgeable than myself. But in general, the rule of thumb is that if heat can be measured directly, and that is the case, for example, for heat pumps or for direct renewable technologies, then the heat should be measured directly. And we have an example illustration of this. For some technologies such as electric boilers, direct heat measurement is difficult, and in those cases, indirect measurement is allowed. So we measure electricity consumption, and then that is converted with a standardized factor into heat production. So we're very pleased to announce that the auctions as a service mechanism will also apply to this auction. As per all of our calls, both auctions and grant calls, auctions as a service or grants as a service mechanisms are open to member states. And the advantage of this process is that you as bidders are able to bid once into the call and then be eligible for both European level funding but also member state level funding. The projects will be selected through the funds auction, so through this auction, but funded by the national envelope if they fall outside of the European funding envelope. For this call, the Spanish auctions as a service is available for Spanish projects in two baskets, both in the medium temperature range for small scale and large scale projects. And I will now move on to talking about the do no significant harm principle, which applies to all of our calls from the Innovation Fund 2025 calls onwards. So the requirement was introduced as part of the revision to the ETS directive a couple of years ago, and it states that all Innovation Fund projects must ensure that they meet the do no significant harm criteria. And this is really important to note that the do no significant harm principle applies across a number of funds, across the European context, but the Innovation Fund and Modernisation Fund are unique in that we must measure alignment with the do no significant harm principle against the technical screening criteria which come from the EU taxonomy regulation and are listed in the climate delegated regulation and environment delegated regulation. There's 6 environmental objectives which projects may need to align with: climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, water and marine resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, which was related principally to chemicals, and biodiversity and ecosystems. A couple of key points. The projects will only need to align with environmental objectives which are relevant for their economic activity. So if there are no technical screening criteria for a particular activity, then they will not need to align with that environmental objective. And not all EU taxonomy obligations apply. For example, there's no need to meet the significant contribution test, only the do no significant harm test. And the application of the do no significant harm principle in this way ensures that all eligible sectors, well, all sectors previously eligible to the Innovation Fund continue to be eligible for the Innovation Fund going forward. Okay, so there will be a two-step process for demonstrating compliance with do no significant harm. At the point of application, you'll be required to submit, as part of application form B, a DNSH compliance plan, and this will be evaluated using our external evaluation process as part of the application process, as part of eligibility checks in this case. And if there are deficiencies in that DNSH compliance plan, then we may add additional monitoring or verification steps during the grant agreement preparation phase. At the end of operation, so at the end of the 5 years of operation of the site, in the case of the heat auction, projects will be required to submit a DNSH compliance report which demonstrates that they have complied with the DNSH technical screening criteria relevant to them throughout the project's lifetime. So in terms of how to complete the DNSH compliance plan, which you have to submit with your application, step one is finding what is the relevant economic activity for your project. Step two is to find the technical screening criteria for that activity and assess what compliance and necessary actions you have. And then finally, to prepare the compliance plan itself, which is a box to fill in as part of application form part B. So I'll step through those. Oops, got one too far. Okay, so selecting the relevant economic activities. So more than one economic activity may be relevant for a project, but only activities which are within the project scope should be considered. So within the project boundaries. Products of a project typically should indicate the economic activity. For example, if you are a project which is within the steel sector producing steel, then you will likely have to comply with the manufacturing of steel economic activity. Minor parts of a project, such as construction and real estate, professional, scientific and technical activities, need not be considered. So we only need to consider the primary activity of a project here. And there's a couple of tools which we have provided links to, which may help you in finding out which economic activity is relevant. There may be sectors where no economic activity is relevant. So for example, there's no economic activity for manufacturing of pulp and paper as part of the taxonomy regulation. In these cases, unless another economic activity applies, if projects can demonstrate that that's their relevant economic activity and there's no relevant technical screening criteria, then they will be deemed DNSH compliant automatically. So we've given some examples here of what the likely economic activity are for different types of projects which we expect for the heat auction. So for some it's very simple, solar thermal, the economic activity is production of heat from solar thermal heating. For many that may be in the sectors producing, for example, batteries, cement, aluminium, iron and steel, hydrogen, etc., the manufacture of those products is the likely economic activity, and for some other sectors, no technical screening criteria apply. In terms of finding then, once you've determined the economic activity which applies to your project, you need to find the relevant technical screening criteria. The EU Taxonomy Compass provides an easy user interface for this. It is a little bit complicated in the sense that you have to go under contributing to climate mitigation to find the do no significant harm criteria for 5 of the objectives, and then under climate change adaptation to find the do no significant harm criteria for climate change mitigation. So it's a little bit confusing, but that's because the taxonomy regulation uses this substantial contribution test, which doesn't apply for the Innovation Fund. Now, in terms of which technical screening criteria will exist, as part of the simplification omnibus, a simplification of one particular criteria which relates to hazardous chemicals, part of Appendix C, is expected to come into force on the 1st of January 2026, and this will make it simpler for some technologies which may be relevant for the Innovation Fund to meet the do no significant harm test, and for that reason we have stated that the relevant technical screening criteria in force when the calls close will be those that are relevant for projects. And the last slide on do no significant harm, I'm sure you're all, this new criteria people want to comply with as quickly as possible. So the last section is to prepare the DNSH compliance plan. As I said, the description of this plan should be included in application form Part B. Where quantitative limits exist in the technical screening criteria, for example, GHG direct emissions limits, or for example, limits on specific chemicals which should be used, or BAT, best available techniques, emissions limits apply, then projects should specifically state that they are able to meet these emissions limits. However, compliance with some other requirements cannot be demonstrated already at the point of application. For example, the need to undertake environmental impact assessments or other activities which typically align with permitting timeframes. So for those activities, projects only need to demonstrate that they have allowed sufficient time and resources to meet those requirements at a future point in time. Okay. And I hand back over to Roman to explain the application process.
Thank you, Evelyn and Rowan, for your presentation. I think it was already quite a lot of information to digest, and I promise we don't stop here because our ambition is indeed to provide you as much information as necessary for you to be well prepared. Just coming back to do no significant harm part, in the call text you will find a dedicated annex that is explaining all this with the links that will take you to the provisions that would apply in case your project is in the situation with the technical screening criteria. So please have a good look there so that nothing important escapes your attention. I would like to move now quickly through the application process itself, just to recall. So we have an auction call that is based on the competitive bidding. It's price-based, so your projects will be ranked according to your price. We are agnostic when it comes to the size of the project, the type of applicant, or the sector in which the project is located. As long as you fall within those eligibility measures that are established in the call document, I think you should be fine. So here we have, in this call, we have three topics. One that relates to midterm temperature below 5 megawatts. So as long as your installation has a thermal capacity between 3 and 5 megawatts and the temperature is between 100 and 400 degrees, that would be your topic. In case your project is larger than 5 megawatts of thermal installed capacity and your temperature, targeted temperature would be between 100 and 400 degrees, the second topic would apply to you. And in case your project is related to high temperature, which is above 400 degrees, and the installed capacity is above 3 megawatt thermal, then the third topic would apply to you. So please do consider and apply to the correct topic. It's important that your project reflects the conditions in the call, and in order for us to allow a fair competition between different projects so that you can compete with others in your particular group, we have three topics in this auction call. When it comes to the timeline for the call itself, so the call was opened on the 4th of December. We will close the call which means that the funding and tenders portal functionalities will stop on the 19th of February, 5 p.m. sharp. Please have this in mind to avoid a nasty situation that you will have spent a lot of effort and then you click the button 5 p.m. 1 minute later and the system will not work anymore. So please have this in mind. Do not wait until the last moment. I really, really discourage you to do that because it's very risky. Then we will work with the colleagues to evaluate the bids, and we plan to announce the results around May, June, and we do hope that all grant agreements will be signed at the latest in November 2026. Now, for the application process itself and the documents that you need to look at, so all the information is available at Funding and Tenders portal. Please do follow thoroughly the video tutorials that were prepared for you by colleagues. You will find the tutorial on how to submit your application, on how to fill in so-called financial information file, which is very important part of your bid because that's where your bid will be presented. So all the financial calculations, the grant sizing, the financial data, the financial model, all that is part of the final financial information file or a calculator. You will find that on the Funding and Tenders portal. Please have in mind that you cannot modify the file. Colleagues will explain in the second part of the day how to work with that file, what information is necessary. There will be other documents that are available, all these presentations, recordings, tutorials. There is also the FAQ document, which is the official one for this course. So please do have a very thorough look to the requirements. Make sure that you understand the conditions, the way how to navigate around the system. If you would have residual questions that are specific to your project, where you cannot find answers in the published documents, you can use the help desk that is open for all applicants until the call is open. So please use that, but please have in mind that help desk is operated by the people sitting in this room. So we don't have an army of consultants behind us. It's us who are trying to answer our questions. So to avoid the clogging of the help desk, please do read first the information that is available and use the help desk really for complex specific questions that you cannot find answers for in the published documents. In terms of the process itself, every applicant needs to first register its entity in the portal. So you will, by this, create your own user account. You will receive a PIN, your own registration number, which will then allow you to work with the application documents. The application itself consists of 3 parts. Part A, which is the administrative information. Part B, which is a technical description of your project. Part C, which are the project KPIs. But there is also a host of mandatory documents which you need to submit, and your application needs to be complete. And as I mentioned, if you have difficulties, questions that are not addressed already in the call text or in FAQs or other documents, please use the help desk. What are the requirements? And this is, again, a very early warning to avoid surprises. We have strict rules when it comes to completeness of your applications. So your proposal must be submitted before the call deadline. I already mentioned 19th February, 5 p.m. It must be submitted electronically through the portal on the forms and templates that are prescribed. It must be complete, which means all the required documents must be submitted and obviously must be readable, accessible, and printable. And if we look to a bit more detail, colleagues will be referring to this also in the presentations later. there are compulsory documents that are necessary to be submitted as part of your application. They all need to be provided. They all need to be duly filled. Where there is a prescribed template for them, you need to use that template. Please do not modify it. Use it, because we have strict provisions for equal treatment of all applicants. What we don't like, and we are very sad in those situations, is when there is a prescribed template that is manipulated, changed, and in that case we cannot let the project go through. The project will be proclaimed as inadmissible, and it's a loss. It's a loss for everybody, because you waste your time for very bad outcome. So please have this in mind. Have a good look also to the annexes in the call text, which give more this description of what is required in terms of type of information, depth of the information, and documentary evidence that is necessary to ensure good evaluation of your proposals. And as I mentioned, colleagues will come back to this later, document by document. Evelina already mentioned which are the activities that are eligible and that are not eligible, so I don't want to repeat that again. It is all mentioned in the call document, so please read it attentively. Obviously, if your project falls within not eligible activities, your project is not eligible and it will not be passed through the evaluation. If we look to the type of participants, I already saw some questions on Slido. So any legal entity established anywhere in the world can apply. We don't have restriction in that regard. Nevertheless, your project must be located on the territory of the EU or EEA country. So you may be any company, you may be a Swiss company, but the project must be located on the territory of the EU or EEA country, physically located there. Virtual pooling in our auctions is not possible, so it must be physical asset, and we are talking about industrial heat decarbonization, so obviously we do support physical assets on the ground. Colleagues were mentioning the conditions that are also part of the call requirements. I just repeat, the projects are expected to reach financial close within 2 years after grant agreement signature. They must reach entry into operation within 4 years after signature of the grant agreement. And normally your project should operate for 5 years. This is the time during which the payments of the grant will be distributed upon certified and verified delivery of decarbonized heat. The project budget and sizing is done in the financial information file calculator that is part of the mandatory documents. And please do watch the tutorial on how to fill it in. Colleagues spent a lot of time to prepare it for you. So I hope it will be useful. It will help you to navigate through it. It's not so complicated. There are only few parts that need to be filled in, and I think colleagues will explain that again in the afternoon. What is important to stress is that we are working in simplified framework. So compared, for instance, to our traditional lump sum calls where we evaluate 5 criteria, we do sort of very deep due diligence of all applications. Under the auction, the evaluation is simplified. It is normally faster, but the risk of the project in this case is put on the shoulders of applicants, because we believe this is where you are better placed to take care of that. That's why, and also to avoid speculative bidding behavior, we have a completion guarantee in also this auction call. When you will be applying, you will be required to provide letter of intent for completion guarantee, which will need to be signed by the financial institution as described in the call text. And the completion guarantee itself will be required from those projects that will be selected for funding and invited to the grant agreement preparation. The amount of the guarantee will be 6% of the grant amount requested. And again, that guarantee will have to be signed by the financial institution. It is a security against speculative bidding, and the guarantee will be called by us in case the project will not reach entry into operation within 4 years after signature of the grant agreement. It may be called in case your project will not reach financial close within 2 years after signature of the grant agreement. So please have a good look into this so that you have a full understanding of the importance and implications, so that you avoid any surprises later on. It is a key security, again, that protects every bidder from speculative bidding, also ensuring fair conditions for all projects that will apply. Now, if we look to some other requirements of the call, as in any other EU program, this requirement stems from the financial regulation. All applicants and coordinators must have stable and sufficient resources to successfully implement the project. If you apply with more projects, you are required to have sufficient resources to ensure coverage for all of them. What we do during the evaluation, and colleagues will explain that, under financial maturity, we will already have the first look at the financial background for the project to ensure that the projects that will be passing the award criteria are deemed sufficiently mature. The deeper financial capacity check will be done during the grant agreement preparation for those projects that will be invited to sign their grant agreements. That is done by the central services of the Commission. And again, in line with the financial regulation provisions, we are requested to take protective measures in case the financial capacity would not be satisfactory. So again, I'm saying that to avoid any surprises later on. The operational capacity is another requirement. This is part of the evaluation under the quality award criteria, and colleagues will explain that in detail. And of course, you as an applicant nor any of the beneficiaries should not be in any of the situations that are covered by EU exclusion decision. That is again explained in the call document in detail. We can and we should obviously also reject applicants that misinterpret information or that are in the situation of conflict of interest. Now, for the timeline of projects themselves, here on the screen you can see how would it look in terms of process, then how would it look in terms of implementation and disbursement and payments. So the call will be closed on the 19th of February. We will then invite the selected projects, the winners of the auction call, those that will rank sufficiently high and will fulfill the conditions to be invited in May, June. Then within 2 months after invitation to grant agreement preparation, those projects will be required to provide the completion guarantee signed by their guarantor, the financial institution. Then we expect to sign the grant agreements approximately in November 26. Then the projects will start. In terms of the project stages, this is an auction call, which is product-based, so delivery-based. Under the auction calls, the grant amounts will be dispersed against verified and certified decarbonized heat delivered, which means there are no prepayments. There is no pre-financing. There are no payments before or at financial close, no payment before entry into operation. The first payment will be disbursed after first 6 months of operation, when your project already enters and operates and delivers the first decarbonized heat. And again, the payments will be done against verified volume of that decarbonized heat, and the payments will be disbursed every 6 months after entry into operation throughout the period of 5 years. Okay, so that's just to make this clear to everybody. I hope we are clear enough for you to understand how the auctions work. If we move to the next part related to part A, so administrative description of your project, what I want to say is, please do not insert any confidential or sensitive information about your project in Part A. Part A is essentially used for extracting the information for public purposes. So normally you should be providing there the information about objectives, about the type of the project, key features, advantages of your project, about the industry in which you operate, the location of the project, but please do not put any sensitive information in Part A to protect the confidential data behind your project. The sensitive information should be provided in Part B and the accompanying documents that are required in the call. And those will stay confidential since you submit the project until the end of the project. Few recommendations also from the previous auction calls and other calls that we have closed and evaluated. I think a no-brainer is that please do read very carefully the call documents, the requirements, the conditions. Do follow the tutorials. They are useful. They should help you to navigate through the system or through the financial information file. Do read thoroughly the frequently asked questions document that is attached to this call. Make sure that you apply to the correct topic, because that is also an important point. That's why I mentioned which projects should be applying to which topic. Make sure that your project or your action, as we call it, covers eligible activities that are eligible under this call. Ensure that the proposal is complete and that it contains all the information required, including mandatory documents. If any of the mandatory documents is missing, it will lead to a project being proclaimed as inadmissible. And that is, again, very, very bad outcome of the work behind. So please do avoid that. Use the mandatory forms and templates and do not modify them. This is important because, again, due to equal treatment of all applicants, we cannot accept modified templated documents that are part of the auction. Ensure your application is readable, accessible, and printable, and ensure that the application is filled in correctly with all the requested information and data. Okay, so that's, I think, these were the key points that I wanted to say about the application process. I think we can open the first Q&A session, and we have a bit time, so we can go ahead and answer as many questions as we can. Okay, so the first question: for Spanish applicants, do they have to prepare any specific documents for participating in the Spanish auction as a service? Are they eligible for both Innovation Fund and Spanish budgets?
Happy to take this one. So yes, they are eligible for both Innovation Fund budget and the Spanish budget. So first we rank the projects like we were showing you earlier this morning on the merit order for the Innovation Fund budget. So maybe there will be Spanish projects that are awarded under the Innovation Fund. And then once the Innovation Fund budget is exhausted, we are making the same ranking for the Spanish auction as a service window. So in a way, Spanish projects are trying their chance with both budgets. At this stage, we are asking applicants to confirm in their application form if they are interested in this Spanish window. And we are not requesting additional documents, but it is not excluded that later the Spanish National Authority could ask for more. So you see how it gets treated later. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelina. For France, can be combined with certificat d'économie énergie?
So I hope I was right trying to explain the accumulation rules, because those questions indeed keep coming, and this is perfect illustration. We wouldn't like here from DG CLIMA or CINEA to decide what is state aid, what not. So you are clearly in the realm of the national support, and you have to check with the national competent authority, which will be the one administering this scheme, whether this is stated or not. I can only tell you because we had an event in Spain where a very similar instrument actually is operated. So again, certificates for the energy efficiency. and it was confirmed by the Spanish authority live that it is not state aid. But seek this kind of confirmation. Once you have it, then you know that you have no restrictions on cumulation if it is not state aid.
Okay, dear Innovation Fund, what is the point of no return for a project to retract without causing any cost? Is it the time of officially signing the grant agreement, or the point of providing the completion guarantee 2 months after invitation? Okay, I just would like to be very clear here. There is no such situation as no cost, because already investing time in preparing your bid is a significant effort. The time invested at our end to evaluate, rank and process the applications is a significant effort. So I would essentially try to deter from an expectation that we submit, we are selected, and then we withdraw just shortly before signing of the grant agreement, because simply this is not what we would intend as a fair treatment. If you are unsure, if you are not really mature enough, not completely convinced that the project that you are applying for is not sure to be implemented, then I think I would recommend to think twice before you apply. Obviously, things can happen. This is something that we cannot rule out, and the binding nature once you sign the grant agreement is the moment. So when we sign the grant agreement, everything becomes legally valid. If the project is not signed before that, it's still not entering the legal validity. So please have in mind that there are many other applicants. We don't want to have many projects selected, prepared, and then not signed at the expense of the others who may be reserve listed, delayed because of this. So think twice before you do press the button submit. We are expecting serious proposals, serious applicants, and very good applications in this auction call. Okay, what does exactly mean financial close in Innovation Fund calls for proposals? Maybe Maria, you will address that in the afternoon. I can say the definition is included in the call document. In essence, it's the moment when all the agreements and documents are signed so that the project can start construction. So normally all the funding covenants and agreements with your equity providers, with debt financiers, supply contracts, offtake contracts, permits, all the necessary documents that are there in order for you to safely start constructing. That is the moment that we call financial close. You will find the definition in the call. Does the phase for ETS heat benchmark refer to the value established for 21-25, or could it change for 26-2030?
It is simple. So for this pilot auction, we are using the phase 4 ETS heat benchmark. You are right that they might change in the future. It's a different policy file, but for this pilot auction, we only use those which are currently established.
Could a parent company provide the completion guarantee if it meets the required qualified rating? The completion guarantee should be provided by financial institution as defined in the call. I think that is the right answer. I'm looking at the colleagues who are nodding their heads, but we will also address this in the afternoon.
Yes, I can also complement if you
yeah.
Indeed, as Roman indicated, a parent company itself cannot issue the completion guarantee. The call text requires that the coordinator submits the completion guarantee, but it must be issued by an approved bank or financial institution meeting the required conditions and the rating that is indicated in the call text. So please read it very carefully. Having said that, of course, nothing prevents the parent company backing up the coordinator's obligations if needed. So I think this clarifies. Thanks.
I assume there is an independent ranking of projects for each basket. Could you please confirm? Yes, the ranking is totally independent because it's purely based on the price. Colleagues will explain in the afternoon, but in the auction call, how the ranking will work is that first we will pre-rank all the submitted proposals based on their price. Those projects that will fit the budget of the topic plus the budget of the auction as a service plus reserve list if needed, those projects will then be passed for the evaluation. And after the evaluation, they all will be ranked according to their price. So there is a full independence in ranking. It's purely based on the price with which you bid. Will the Innovation Fund Help Desk open after this info day? I think it's already opened. It's already opened, yes. Okay, is the heat auction supposed to take place on annual frequency as for renewable hydrogen? We would say so, but obviously it also depends on the outcome of the auction. So if we see an interest, many proposals coming, I think we will be able to confirm later next year. Are heat storage facilities over 400 degrees fundable?
Yeah, I can take this question. So what's important is the temperature at which heat is produced. So we need to follow the monitoring requirements in the call documents, and it is really the temperature of heat produced or applied to the process, to the medium, transfer medium. Heat storage facilities may be part of a project, and this is encouraged under the flexibility mechanism, but the auction does not specifically fund heat storage. It funds the production of process heat, and so the temperature at which the heat is stored is not relevant for your bid.
How will the Innovation Fund ensure fair treatment of small validated EU PIC entities compared to large consortia? As I mentioned before, we are agnostic on the type of applicants. What matters is the quality of the proposal and the price with which you bid. How will the proposals that demonstrate immediate CO2 reduction be prioritized compared to long-term infrastructure projects? Yeah.
Well, first of all, infrastructure projects per se, this is not really for the pilot auction. Well, it depends how we understand the word infrastructure. This auction is for the production of decarbonized heat, right, with the eligible technologies that we've been explaining. Now, how quickly the CO2 reduction will be achieved by deploying the project, it doesn't give you any better treatment. What we care about is that the project reaches the final financial close and then entry into operation within the deadlines prescribed in the call for proposals. So yeah, you don't get a better treatment or higher points or something because you go faster. You just need to reach the deadlines.
Yes, the slides and the recordings will be made available on CINEA website shortly after the event. So please bear with us. We will need to put them there, but they will be accessible publicly, yes. Okay, I see colleagues showing that we have answered all the questions. So now I suggest that we move on. There is still there is a break, yes, so let's take 10 minutes break, and we shall then restart at 11:10, and we will move on with the award criteria. So please stay connected and see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back, colleagues. We continue with our info day for industrial heat decarbonization auction call. In the morning, we have heard the first introductory remarks, the first scoping, presentation of the objectives, the design, and so on for the call. Now we move further deeper into the award criteria for the call, and I will pass the floor to my colleagues Gianluca Tondi, Marco Giannessi, and Maria Jesus, who will walk you through the slides related to respective award criteria for this auction. So, Gianluca, over to you.
Thank you, Roman. Thank you, Roman. So, yes, we will go through the evaluation process and the award criteria. I will start with a few slides on the evaluation process. These slides is kind of a recap of what we already said in the previous sessions. So, I mean, as already said, you as applicant will have to submit the proposal. The proposal is constituted by application form A, B, and C, and these are the mandatory application forms, and also you need to upload together these forms a number of mandatory annexes. This is the long list that you can find also in the call text. So, but as already said by Roman, please, I mean, this is really important that you attach all the necessary documents in order to make the proposal complete, because otherwise this will not be considered admissible. Then, after the deadline, each proposal will be assessed by an evaluation committee, and the proposals will be assessed against the three award criteria. The three award criteria are relevance. Relevance is somehow, as already said during the morning, is your proposal producing decarbonizing heat? Is your proposal contributing to greenhouse gas reduction? So these are the key points that will be checked under relevance. Under quality, is the proposed solution sufficiently mature to be implemented? So this from the technical, financial, and operational point of view. And the third one is the bid price in euro per ton of CO2 abated. So these are the three criteria on which are the basis of the evaluation. Then the evaluation, it's one stage based on one stage submission, one stage submission, one step evaluation. This means that you need to submit a proposal, the full proposal at once. So there is one single deadline. The full proposal should be submitted within the deadline of 19 February that we already seen. And also the evaluation will be one-step evaluation. This means that there will be only one single, let's say, done in one single phase. The key parts of this evaluation are presented in these slides. The first thing that will be done by CINEA, it's a check of the admissibility, eligibility of the proposed project. So these are kind of formal requirements. Here we needed to check if the proposal is complete. If, for instance, the country of implementation is the countries that are mentioned in the call text, and all the other, let's say, more formal requirements that your proposal need to satisfy in order to be considered admissible and eligible. The proposal that are passing this phase will be then assessed against the three award criteria that I already mentioned. On this basis, the ranking list will be drafted. The ranking list will be drafted from the lowest to the highest bid price, and this will be the ranking list will be the instrument that will be used to define the proposals that will be recommended for funding, the proposals that will be in the reserve list, and the proposals that will be rejected. As already explained this morning, the ranking list will be done by topic, so there will be completely independent three ranking lists, one per each topic, also to reply to one of the questions that we had in Slido. as already mentioned, we have the evaluation will be done by using the cascade approach. Also, the cascade approach, of course, is done by topic. So the proposals which passed the admissibility and eligibility check will be pre-ranked according to the bid price from lowest to the highest. Then a number of the proposals will be assessed against the relevance and quality if these conditions are satisfied. So if the grant amounts they fit within the budget of the topic, if the proposal grant fits with the budget that is available from national funding windows, and also some of the proposals will be considered and we assessed because we also it's necessary to fill the reserve list. So all these proposals will be assessed against the relevance and quality. The remaining proposals will be rejected and will not be assessed against relevance and quality. As already said this morning, the check under relevance quality is pass or fail. This means that there are only two outcomes, so or the proposal will pass or the proposal will fail. There is no intermediate grade, there is no scoring under this criteria. Can be possible that some of the proposals are ranked in the ranking list, they will have the same bid price, again within a topic. This is important. So we need to define a priority order in order to define the order of these proposals for their possible funding. And in the call text also you can find the criteria that will be used in order to define this priority order. First, will be considered priority proposals that have the smaller support requested. So this will have high priority. If this doesn't allow to define the priority, the order, proposals which are coordinated and implemented only by small and medium enterprises will be given priority. You can find the definition of small and medium-sized enterprises in the call text with references to relevant documents. If also this criterion doesn't allow to determine the priority, proposals located in a country which had, when the call was open, less funds awarded in the previous calls, innovation fund calls, then also this will be considered to have higher priority. The auction as a service, this was already mentioned in the morning. So if your proposal is not funded by innovation fund due budget limitations and is located in one country, so in this case Spain, which benefit from open national funding window, then can be also proposed for the auction as a service. There are a number of conditions that apply. First of all, the proposer should have given consent in the application form. In the application form, the last pages of the application form, you can find a number of declarations that you need to fill in. And one is this declaration that you need to give consent to share the content of the proposal with the relevant national authority that is in charge of this national funding window. Then, of course, the requested grant should fit with the national funding, with the budget of national funding, and also the proposal should have passed the evaluation for relevance and quality. After the evaluation, all the proposals that applied will be informed about the outcomes of the evaluation itself. Will be three possible cases. So the proposal will be successful. Proposals will be put in reserve list. This means that the proposal put in reserve list could be later recommended for funding, invited to a grant agreement preparation in case, for instance, other proposals for the main list will withdraw. And then there is the third case, is rejected proposal. Rejected proposals, of course, cannot be funded. There is no way that it will be funded for this call. For the successful proposal, we will have a grant agreement preparation. Grant agreement preparation means that between the applicants and between the consortium of the successful proposal and CINEA will be set up a kind of dialogue. The objective is to fine-tune the technical financial aspects of these proposals. CINEA might ask additional information to the applicant, for instance, to demonstrate the financial capacity to implement the action. And also in this phase, we address the recommendations of the evaluation committee on, for instance, if there are issues identified in some aspects. Until the grant agreement is signed, however, it must be clear that there is no commitment for funding. This is only when the grant agreement preparation phase has been finalized, and the grant agreement is signed. And as I said before, for the proposals that they can apply, that are eligible for national funding windows, these also will be informed accordingly. So I have now 3 slides on the first criterion, and then we'll pass the floor to my colleagues. The first one is relevance. Relevance, as already mentioned this morning, under this criterion, basically what will be checked whether the proposal contributes or not to the objectives of the call, to the objectives of that specific topic. So it's important that you have a look to the section 2 of the call text, where all these, all these aspects are mentioned for the different topics. So eventually, again, as already said, whether the proposal will lead to direct greenhouse gas reduction in industry through the production of electrified industrial process heat or direct renewable heat. It's important to underline that the proposed heat production capacity needs to be new. Means that at the time that the proposal will be submitted, start of works must not have yet taken place. So this is, I think there are also one question in Slido. It's important that when you submitted the proposal, the works didn't start yet. There is a definition of start of works in the glossary to the call text, and basically starts of work is when there is already a firm commitment to make the investment not reversible. So, for instance, equipment has been ordered, or the works already started. So I encourage you to go to the glossary to see the exact definition of start of works. Another thing that you need to check is the permissible range of capacities in megawatt. As we already seen, there are certain minimum capacities in terms of megawatt, and there are certain ranges where that are allowed depending on the different topics. And then the last point is that it is more for the project that will be successful and that will start the grant agreement. So for these projects, during the project implementation, in particular after entry into operation, the heat volumes and the temperature levels will be monitored. And in particular, as already mentioned, CINEA, the applicants will have to submit to CINEA every 6 months reports that are verified by the independent third party, on which where they demonstrate the volumes achieved, and also will be the basis for the processing of the payments. So, which projects are considered relevant? These have been here. You can find them. It's already been mentioned in the previous session. These are the projects that will result in a greenhouse gas reduction through the production of electrified or direct renewable industrial process heat. Again, in section 2, you can find some examples of possible relevant technologies like heat pumps, direct and indirect resistance heating systems, electromagnetic heating, dielectric heating, and plasma heating. Is also possible, are also relevant projects where the focus on direct renewable heat, namely solar thermal, geothermal, but also projects that somehow combine the solution that I just presented. the temperature ranges, of course, are a key, are fundamental. So please make sure also that, the process heat, the temperature of your proposal, is in the ranges that are defined according to the different topics. Where you can find, where you have to demonstrate that your proposal is relevant, so is relevant from the point of view of the criterion relevance. So here you have a section 1 of the application form where you need to put information on these aspects. The first one is on the background of the project, and in particular how you need to describe how your project will be consistent, will be in line with the objectives of the call and of the topic. Then you need to describe the final product to be delivered, in this case, of course, the electrified heat or direct renewable heat. And if also in your description, also please make reference to possible annexes like feasibility study and so on. And then the last one is you need to provide a flow diagram of the process that you want to propose. So this was my last slide, and I pass now the floor to Jan, I think, for the parts more on the monitoring of the heat volumes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So, in order to receive payments, the produced heat of the awarded projects need to report semi-annually after the entry into operation the produced heat. And the produced heat needs to be measured according to the call text and verified, which I want to address in the following. So generally, all measurements have to be embedded in the company's energy management system, be it ISO 50001 or EMIS standard. So MRV must be performed in the energy management system with calibrated measurement devices. So heat meters, flow meters, thermometers need to be calibrated, which we would recommend to include in yearly monitoring and calibration plans or protocols. The heat flow and the temperature of the heat output must be measured simultaneously, and an independent third party has to verify the metering values every 6 months after entry into operation. The call text suggests 2 measurement approaches. The first one, which is required for all heat flow that can be measured directly, is direct measurement of process heat. In explicit, this would apply for heat pumps and direct renewable heat, so solar thermal and geothermal installations. The heat produced is, or what we considered heat produced, is the additional heat flow that is measured in the heat transfer medium, be it steam, water, oil, or hot air, etc. And we need to measure this or to determine hourly averages of the heat flow and the temperature of the heat output. And the weighted average temperature of one reporting cycle must be within the auction topic temperature range. And this is determined by multiplying the average temperature of the heat output, the hourly average, multiplied with the average heat flow in each hour, divided by the sum of the average heat flow in each hour in one reporting cycle. This is the direct measurement of process heat. Wherever this cannot be technically implemented, indirect measurement is allowed, and in particular, this relates to high temperature processes, but also in explicit for electric boilers. And very likely technologies for high temperature heating are resistance heating in furnaces or electromagnetic dielectric heating or plasma and shockwave heating. The heat produced is considered the electricity consumption times an efficiency factor. So you have to measure the electricity input in the heat production unit and multiply this with an efficiency factor. efficiency factor for electric boilers is determined as 95%, and all other technologies receive 100% efficiency. Each setup of heat production unit might differ, and the adequate measurement approach is to determine the temperature level of the process heat has to be complied, and this has to be done with calibrated thermometers. So this can be used, you can use the calibrated thermometers which you use for process control, but they have to be calibrated. The average temperature of all such measurement has to lie within the limits of the corresponding auction topic and comply with the temperature range. So coming to some examples, first with the indirect measurement. Here on using the example of an electric boiler. Once again, this is only, or a rule of thumb is, can only be used where direct heating is not possible, and in particular for electric boilers. So the hourly heat produced is determined based on the hourly electricity consumption of the heat production unit, and this again is multiplied for electric boilers with an efficiency factor of 95, so 0.95, and all other applications times 1. And the average temperature level of all temperature measurements in one reporting cycle need to be within the limits of the corresponding temperature basket. This is the example for likely installation for the medium temperature topic, but in principle this approach is also applicable for the high temperature topics. Now coming to the direct measurement, here with the example of a heat pump. The heat meters have to, or heat measurements have to take place in the heat transfer medium before and after immediate entering or leaving the heat exchanger, where the heat stream that was produced gets transferred to the heat transfer medium. So there has to be 2 locations for metering heat, and hourly averages of the heat flow and the temperature of the output have to be determined. And as each setup of these installation differs, there are not 2 specific rules for this, but an adequate metering setup is needs to be verified by an independent third party that complies with the terms and conditions of the call text. And in general, the produced heat flow has to be determined by calculating, measuring the mass flows, all mass flows that go into the heat exchanger and out, and their specific enthalpy. So be it steam or superheated or saturated steam or condensate or an incoming vapor, both have to be according to their specific requirements metered accordingly. Now coming to a specific example, the mechanical vapor recompression, which is classified as one kind of a heat pump technology. Again, the heat has to be measured at the locations entering the MRV and leaving the MRV. In this particular case, it's likely that there are more than 2 streams, mass streams, or more than 1 mass stream entering, and all these streams entering the compressor are considered the heat transfer medium. So enthalpies have to be measured in the heat transfer medium entering, most likely a high temperature liquid or some kind of feed water source that is an auxiliary system to the compressor, and all the steam leaving the compressor immediately after the output. And after the output also the heat temperature has to be measured accordingly. Again, this setup might differ with each individual installation, so it's important to comply with general approach to determine the heat flow. Next, there might be installations including heat storage capacities. For each of these installations, it's important to consider that there is no specific requirement how to include the storage inside of the installation. However, it's important to consider that the thermal storage capacity is not part of the heat production unit. So the metering has to be placed outside the storage system, and in case the heat storage unit includes some kind of heat producing components, be it resistance heating, then this is considered not a heat storage but a heat production unit and has to be also labeled accordingly. So in this case presented here maybe as an electric boiler. Then there is the chance that systems apply as a hybrid system. Hybrid systems can be generally installed as a parallel connection or series connection, and hybrid systems have to measure individually according to the requirements of the heat production unit the produced heat. In this case, in this example displayed here, the heat production of each unit must be measured individually. So for the case of the heat pump, direct heat measurement has to be determined, and in the case of the electric boiler, indirect measurements have to be determined. And it's important to highlight that for both heat production units, individual temperatures or the individual temperatures of the heat output have to be also monitored individually. So in the case of the heat pump, the heat production output has to be measured. The temperature level of the heat output has to be measured individually, and for the electric boiler, the heat temperature output has to be the temperature has to be measured individually. And this is also most likely the case for a series connection of these two technologies, and the temperature range of each of the heat output measured needs to be in the limits of the respective topic. So does the sum of the nominal capacity of both units has to be within the respective threshold, or has to reach the respective threshold of the topic call. And with this said, I would like to hand over to Marco. Thanks.
Thank you. So now we will spend a few minutes to talk about the so-called flexibility requirements, and we will introduce this topic and see how and why they are important for the heat auction. We heard before that what is the goal of the heat auction? Obviously, is to support the production of industrial decarbonized heat and therefore generate GHG abatement. At the same time, we want to avoid, as already mentioned by my colleagues, we want to avoid that the electrified heat is produced in peak hours. And at the same time, we would like to promote and support with the storage solution, support electricity grid balance services, if possible. With this in mind, we have drafted, we have created some options that each applicant must choose within the application process. And those options are important in two different phases. At application stage. So when you will prepare your bid, you have to select one of those directly in the Excel template, in the financial information file, of which you see a snapshot there. You will need to indicate which option applies to you. And then in the application form part B, there is a specific box that requires you to explain why you chose whatever option and how you can fulfill those requirements. Which are the options? There is a default one which restricts the number of hours in a year, calendar hours, to 70%. I will explain briefly what it means. In the fifth, you will indicate the nameplate capacity of your equipment. In the fifth, you will also indicate in another cell what is the average heat in megawatt hour that you plan to produce in a year. Then, if this number is below, if this number of megawatt hour is below the equivalent of nameplate capacity in megawatt per the calendar hours in a year, 70% of these figures, it means that for you, the flexibility requirement restrictions will not apply. And the grant amount, the maximum grant amount that we will be able to support you with, will be calculated based on this number. But if, on the contrary, you plan to operate your equipment constantly in a year, so full-time at nameplate capacity, we have some of those options that will kick in, will show in the financial information file that we can, at maximum, support you for a share of it. With the default option, this share is the 70%. And this is the option that everybody should select if you do not plan to have any other specific requirement. Alternatively, if you plan to have an equipment or to purchase an equipment that can operate flexibly, meaning that can consume electricity from the grid to produce electrified heat, varying the load flexibly without obviously being damaged, you can click this option 2 in the file, and therefore this restriction is increased to 80% of the hours. If you plan to include in your proposal a storage solution sized as indicated in the call text, so it needs to be sized according to some specific requirements, then the restriction is completely lifted. It means that you can operate for the entire calendar year, for the hours of the calendar year. And then the fourth option, if you plan to utilize a heat pump or even more direct renewables for which electricity doesn't apply, and if the heat pump has a COP higher than 2, again, this restriction is lifted, and therefore you can operate for as much as you want in a calendar year. Those options are important because, as I try to explain, they define somehow what could be the maximum amount of it that we could support. And it comes out automatically in the Excel file. And you need to provide us with an explanation in the application form part B. So at application stages, those are important, but are also important, very important, at the time of payments. At the time of payments, after entry into operation, every 6 months, you will have to provide the granting authority with a verified report of the produced heat. And this report will be checked and reviewed against the flexibility option that you have chosen. Okay, so in this report, we will check that the heat that you produce is aligned with what you promised us in the application, and we will check it against the options that you have selected. What does it mean? For example, if you have selected option 1 simply, and therefore you plan to use your equipment for at nameplate capacity for less than 70% of the hours. If we see that, on the contrary, during the operation every 6 months, you have utilized that for more, therefore generating number of megawatt hour higher than the equivalent 70%, we will only be able to pay 70% of it. Similarly, for the option 2, for which this restriction is increased to 80%. Similarly, if you claim that you have produced more than that, there is a penalty. There is a penalization somehow that we will that is included in the call text, and according to this penalization, we will be able to support only a portion of this hit. Which is less than the 70%, because we want to avoid that you claim something and then you try to be overcompensated for that. The formula is there for you to read, and you will have the slide, and you can make your own calculation to see where you will end up. Option 3 and 4 are the ones that completely lift up the restriction in terms of operational hours in the year. For option 3, the one related to the storage, what we need at entry into operation, we need to have the proof that you have installed and mechanically completed the storage equipment that you claimed. And we need this to confirm that we can support entirely the heat production that you claim. If for some reason you cannot demonstrate that the storage is installed at the moment of your heat generation, or it doesn't fulfill the requirements in terms of capacity, then the payment will be, again, limited to the default option of 70% of the hours. We have indicated in this slide here an example on how to calculate the storage, to size the storage. You can have a look. For the option 4, which is applicable for those projects which are which aim to provide a direct renewable heat solution or a heat pump solution, provided that the COP for the heat pump is more than 2, equal or more than 2, it means an efficient and performing heat pump, then there is no restriction, and you can claim operational hours for the entire calendar year. In summary, here, we want to highlight once more what is important here. It's important that you select the flexibility requirement or the flexibility mechanism that applies to your project, that you define your operational profile, and that you then fulfill when you have to be paid for with evidence of whatever options you have defined. Next, we move to the first of the quality criteria, which is the technical maturity. As my colleague said, after relevance, we will check, again, as a pass-fail award criteria, the technical maturity. Here, it's in those slides, you will see a lot of information that you have to provide. Essentially, it's important for you to be able to define the technical maturity of your project, and to demonstrate it, we need a set of comprehensive information that showcase the technical characteristics of the equipment that you plan to install, as well as the location. You need to provide a project implementation plan that indicates how you plan to produce the output that you have indicated in the bid. Everything needs to be mentioned in a feasibility study, for which we have a template that we recommend you to use. Over there, you will need also to somehow identify the risks that you think are present, risk towards the delivery of the expected output, and which mitigation measures you want to put in place. Under the technical maturity, we want to see how you plan to achieve the expected amount of industrial process heat. So if you have a ramp-up or whatever indicated in the relevant sections of the application form. It's important for us to see consistency of all the key data that you will provide. So the amount of heat needs to be consistent with the amount of electricity, obviously, that you plan to provide. It needs to be consistent and credibly aligned with the equipment characteristics that you have envisaged for the for your project, and all of those pieces of information needs to be included in the application form Part B and in the relevant feasibility study. It's of course important for us to have an overview, but my colleagues will be more explicit later, an overview about the status of the required permits to operate your project. And for those projects that opted for a non-default flexibility mechanism, so if you opted for increasing to 80% of the hours because you think that your equipment is flexible enough to follow different loads, or if you plan to decommission an existing asset, fossil fuel asset, or if you plan to purchase and install within the project a storage solution, you will have to give evidence of all of this in the relevant boxes of the application form Part B. So it's not enough that you just tick the box. You will need to simply explain what you plan to do and how. And as Rowan mentioned, also within the technical maturity, we also will check somehow the compliance with the NSH principle. So in summary, here we want to see under technical maturity the design elements of the proposal, technical elements of the proposal, which equipment and how will be installed, the project location, and we want you to provide an overview of your risk assessment with the relevant mitigation measures. Here it's just a summary again of what we just said. It's referred to the fact that the technical maturity needs to be assessed and verified against the timeline, the mandatory timeline that is indicated in the call text. So your equipment must enter into operation within the 4 years, and you need to obtain the required permit or be able to sign the required contract within the 2 years to reach financial close. Here, basically, it's a bit of a repetition, but maybe a little bit more explicitly stated of what kind of checks the evaluators will perform to be able to confirm that your project is a yes under the quality criteria in terms of technical maturity. Again, we want to see consistency between the technical parameters of your equipment, the expected amount of industrial process heat that you have indicated in the bid, a consistency of those parameters, as well as with the electricity supply and consumption that you plan. So after you while putting together all those information, please make sure that they work, they are consistent and coherent between themselves. Lastly, it's again a summary of what's already been said. For those projects that opted for a non-default flexibility mechanism, it's important for you to support your claim. Obviously, if you plan to operate for more than 70% of the hour, so it's a little advantage for you, you will need to demonstrate and to give evidence that your equipment can do so. Similarly, if you decided to have an emission factor non-standard, therefore the one of a decommissioned fuel, you need to explain that you are going to decommission your existing asset, and you need to do that and need to give proof of that within 1 year after entry into operation. And we will check all of this during the evaluation of the technical maturity. And with this, I think I can pass the mic to my colleague.
Thank you very much, Marco. So I will now present the financial maturity criterion, which is one of the key quality award criteria. And as mentioned earlier, the financial maturity is evaluated strictly as pass or fail. So getting this right is critical. So what is the objective of the financial maturity assessment? It is basically to select projects that are ready to reach financial close within 2 years after the grant agreement signature. And what do we mean by financial close? So Roman already introduced the definition, but I will repeat it because it's very important. Financial close goes beyond FID. It is defined as the moment when a project has taken the FID, secured its financing agreements with all of its conditions fulfilled, obtained all key permits, and has signed the contracts for electricity sourcing, heat offtake, main equipment, and construction. As you know, selected projects must provide during GAP, grant agreement preparation, a completion guarantee, which will be called if financial close is not reached on time. So in short, we want to be confident that the projects that are selected will reach financial close within 2 years. With this goal, the financial maturity evaluation focuses on these 4 key elements that you can see on the slide. And before we dive deeper, into each of these 4 elements, let's see what information you will need to provide in your application. So first, you will need to fill in application form part B, the financial maturity section, which is the core part of your proposal, okay? This is where you will bring together all of the financial information and show that you meet the financial maturity requirements. Then the financial information file. This is the standardized template that we have online in Excel that you must fill in completely and collects the financial data and calculates the grant amount based on your bid parameters. Then the mandatory annexes, including heads of terms for electricity sourcing, heat offtake, and for equipment procurement, and also equity support evidence, such as MOUs or letters of intent from equity providers. So now let's dive deeper into the 4 elements that I presented before. So the first part is the credibility of the business plan. Please make sure that the project scope is clearly defined. This is the foundation of your business plan. So it's very important that you are precise. We know that industrial heat is typically embedded in complex industrial processes, so it can be difficult to determine the boundaries of the investment. So please clearly define how your project economics are derived. First, you need to describe the investments in your project. So be sure to include the production of the industrial heat. This is what the call supports, okay? Depending on your setup, you will also have to include other necessary investments. For example, plant modifications, new power infrastructure, or introduction of thermal storage. Second, explain whether the heat is sold externally to a third party or consumed internally within an integrated production process. If it is consumed internally and you are replacing fossil-based heat in an existing plant, please ensure that all your projections relate only to the changes related to your project, okay? It's not the entire plant's revenues and operational costs. You need to include only the incremental OPEX and savings as a result of your project. Finally, we expect a clear contractual framework, including, for example, the formula used to determine the heat price and any cost pass-through mechanism. Once you have defined the project economics, you need to develop your financial projections. You need to clearly outline the assumptions behind revenues, CAPEX, and OPEX, and provide a detailed breakdown of each element of your costs and revenues, and explain how you derived each component. Use the mandatory heads of terms to justify your assumptions on prices, volumes, and equipment costs. Don't forget to justify your CAPEX contingencies and ensure that all the data you enter in the financial information file is consistent with the other application documents. Part B, heads of terms. Now let's turn to the second financial maturity section, the credibility of the financing plan. So you must identify all funding sources and demonstrate in your application that the project will be fully funded. This means covering not only construction costs, but also development costs and any potential negative cash flows during operations. You will need to specify the amount of equity and debt and provide details on the expected capital providers and explain also the current status of your negotiations with each of them. It is very important that you present a clear funding structure, including the legal entities providing the financing. So for equity, you will need to indicate the amount provided by current shareholders and whether external equity is needed. Make sure to use the MOUs or letters of intent from equity providers to justify equity amounts, resource availability, and the timeline to reach financial close. If you plan to use external debt, please indicate at which level it will be raised, corporate or project level, whether or not there will be recourse to the parent entities. Please ensure the level of debt, the tenor, the debt service capacity, and the interest rates are aligned with market conditions, and they are consistent with your contracts and supported by discussions with prospective lenders. Now, let's dive deeper into the third element, which is the fulfillment of minimum documentation requirements. As it was already indicated, the proposals must include signed heads of terms for electricity sourcing, heat offtake, and main equipment procurement and construction. So for electricity supply and heat offtake, as the call text indicates, the heads of terms must cover 60% of volumes during the 5-year disbursement period and also include a price range and duration period. For main heat equipment supply, please provide the price, the expected delivery and thermal capacity. And for equity funding, your evidence, MOUs or LOIs must be provided by the entities actually providing the funding, beside at board or executive committee level, and cover at least 60% of the required equity. If electricity or heat is internally generated or consumed, a letter signed by a senior executive of the applicant is sufficient, specifying the quantity of electricity or heat and how it will be reserved internally for self-consumption. finally, the last element of financial maturity is the project business and financing risks. So please describe the project's main business and financing risks and provide mitigation measures. Examples include hedging strategies for electricity and heat price fluctuations and risks linked to other investments or dependencies outside the Innovation Fund project scope that could affect your project timeline. Since your proposal is based on assumptions, please explain your fallback scenarios. For example, what if revenues are lower than expected? What if costs are higher than what you assumed in your application? What is the backup financing plan that you have so that the project gets funded? Before giving the last words on important elements, this slide summarizes the key messages from my presentation, the 6 golden rules of financial maturity for a successful application. Please make sure to follow this checklist and verify that your proposal meets the expectations for financial maturity. Now, I would like to briefly address the financial information file, the FIF. So first, please note that we have prepared an online tutorial. It has already been mentioned, but it's only 30 minutes. We strongly encourage you to watch it because it explains how to complete the FIF, and it includes also a walkthrough with illustrative examples with different types of business models, heat for self-consumption or heat sold to a third party. Make sure that you fill in, the only sheet that you will need to fill in with your information is the blue FIF input sheet, using only the yellow cells and the drop-down menus. Okay. And 3 important points to remember. It is essential to complete the template properly and completely because it contains not only your financial projections, but also the bid parameters and eligibility information, the topic, the heat capacity installed, among others. Use the model check sheet to identify errors or major inconsistencies. This will really help you in your application. And again, please ensure that the information you fill in the FIF is consistent with the rest of your application documents. Before I finish, let me turn briefly to the mandatory letter of intent and completion guarantee. As indicated before by my colleagues, the auction requires a completion guarantee equal to 6% of the calculated grant. This guarantee will be called if the project fails to reach financial close or entry into operation within the timelines specified in the call text, which are 2 years for financial close and 4 years for entry into operation. At application stage, you must provide a letter of intent using the mandatory template. Please do not modify the standard text in this template. Changing it may make your application ineligible. The letter of intent must be issued by a bank or financial institution established in the European Economic Area with a minimum investment grade rating from one of the rating agencies that you can find listed in the call text. For projects invited to grant agreement preparation, the signed completion guarantee must be provided within 2 months after the invitation letter. The mandatory template must be used duly signed by the guarantor's legal representative. And with this, that's all from my side. Thank you, and over to my colleague Marco.
Yep. The last sub-criterion that we will check under the quality is the operational maturity. Now we will briefly mention what it means. Under the operational maturity, what we are interested to check and for you to provide is the credibility of the role of the applicant, its competence and experience including the one of their project teams, against the delivery of the project, which means against the fact that you will need to purchase and construct your heat production facility as well as operate it. So we are interested to verify that the competencies of the people in your team and experiences that you might have had before are included in the application for us to confirm that from the operational point of view you are fit. It's a fit organization to deliver the project. Where you are going to provide all those pieces of information in the application form part B. There is a dedicated section where you will need to customize this organizational setup diagram. You will mention how all the actors are involved, and you will provide a brief description of them. And in there, you will also specify and clarify for us, for the evaluation, if you plan to set up a consortium of different entities, production, the entity who will actually produce the heat, or together maybe with the entity who will actually purchase the heat, you can do that. You will need to explain all of this under the relevant box in the application form part B, describing who those actors are, their legal entities, the experiences, the relationship that they will have or had in the past. You will also need to explain the different roles in the consortium that you plan to set up, and clarify which are all the different aspects related to the project management, the decision-making mechanism, or the future monitoring of this project. In essence, we want to make sure that the companies behind those projects are capable and fit to deliver the project in its whole. And with this, I think we concluded the quality award criteria. And I hand it over to Roman.
Thank you very much, Gianluca, Maria, Marco, and colleagues for the presentation. I understand there is a lot that has been mentioned. It was quite a dense flow of information for you. We will take now the questions that were received in relation to this part of the session. Okay, so first, dear Innovation Fund team, would you mind to precise what kind of proof of decommissioning you require throughout the independent body and when should it be transmitted? Marco?
Yeah, I think I can take this. So first, the when, the latest that you need to provide the so-called decommissioning report is 1 year after entry into operation. So this is the latest deadline that you have to confirm and give evidence that you, in fact, have decommissioned your old fuel asset or fossil fuel asset. And you will do that if you have selected as an emission factor one that is different than the standard heat benchmark. What kind of proof is required? We don't have, let's say, specific requirements, but what you can do is to refer to the asset management ISO, for example, and provide a report that will confirm that indeed your asset is not there anymore to supply heat production services to the industry that was supposed to serve. You can check this ISO and draft a report that is aligned with those provisions.
Okay, when using an option with storage, as it stated that sufficient to replace the project's electricity consumption from the grid or the heat demand of the process for 4 hours by 20% within 1 hour, can you clarify how to calculate that 20%? Is it 20% of the total storage or of the thermal output?
Thanks, Roman. So it's the 20% of the thermal output. We have an example in the slide that was presented by Marco. For instance, we have the example that we have a plant with a heat production capacity of 5 megawatt. So the storage must be able to deliver 20%. So this means 1 megawatt of heat output within 1 hour, and must be able to do it for a total of 4 hours. So this means that the storage capacity should be of 4 megawatt hour. That's it.
Thank you. Can you point to what section of the call the penalties in the case of the excess heat, please? Marco?
Yes, I think I saw this question. I noted down. It's page 28 of the call text, and in essence, what in the case of the 80% restriction, if when you are operating in the first 6 months, you claim or you demonstrate that you have produced for more than that, okay, we will not be able to pay the full amount, but we will calculate the so-called amount of heat that can be supported, and it's based on a formula that substantially calculates what you produced minus 80% of what is the additional heat that you have produced, meaning nameplate capacity multiplied 0.8 multiplied the number of hours in the 6 months. So we will be able to pay only the amount that you required minus 2 times this excess of heat produced. Everything is explained anyhow in the call text, as I said, at page 28, and there is also a small example in the slides that you will receive.
Thank you. Will the payment and contracting be directly between the company and you, or does it go through the local government agencies? So this is the EU-based open auction call, which means it's a direct management between CINEA and the applicant. The contract will be signed between CINEA and you, and the payments will be executed by CINEA directly to the account of the coordinator. I hope that explains. There is no intervention in case we sign the grant agreement. I think it's a good point. In case your project would nevertheless be passed on to Spanish authorities for the auction as a service, in that case, the grant agreement, the contracting, the payments will all be done between Spanish authorities and the project coordinator. Okay, I hope that is clear. If we submit via bid price, conversion factor applied to get, and in our application we state how much CO2 volume abated is expected in project. What if more CO2 is abated in practice than originally anticipated? Do we not get more subsidy? No. The answer is very clear. The CO2 abated is a function of the heat, decarbonized heat that is generated. The base for calculating your bid, your grant requested, and consequently the payments distributed after the entry into operation relate to the volume of decarbonized heat produced, not on the CO2 abated. CO2 abated is calculated as a function of that, but the base for the formula is your heat, because we have an auction heat for decarbonized heat. Okay, next question. Is the verification of the 6-month report done by CINEA, or does it need to be done by an external party? If so, are there any requirements to this external party? Gianluca, Marco?
I can reply. So the coordinator must submit the report to CINEA every 6 months. This report must be verified by a third external party. And then this be used by CINEA to be considered by CINEA as evidence for processing the payment. This third external party must be identified by the coordinator. We don't have any specific requirement at the moment, but also this will be covered by in a Q&A. So we ask you to check the Q&A section in the Fund and Tender portal, so we also will be more precise on this last point.
Okay, will the recording of the stream also be available post or just the slides? Yes, both the recording and the slides will be made available on CINEA website shortly after this event. Question regarding indirect heat measurement. Please, could you explain again the calculation of the average temperature for a case where heat of 500 degrees is only produced 4,000 hours per year? Is the average heat then below 400 degrees? Can the project be funded, and in which sub-call? Colleagues in Fraunhofer?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Happy to answer. So to make this more clear, we would only consider the hours of actual operation. So if the project runs for 4,000 hours per year, then the temperature only in those 4,000 hours is considered to take the average. So in the setup that you describe here, the average temperature would then be 500 degrees Celsius, and the project would be eligible for the high temperature basket. However, you should consider that the temperature needs to be measured simultaneously with the electricity. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Johannes. I don't really understand how the funding amount works. The bid is in euros per CO2, so it's the payment directly linked to how much CO2 is saved every 6 months. Okay, I think we answered the question already. The base for calculating your bid, the subsidy requested, and consequently the payment is related to the decarbonized heat produced. So the payments will be done against the certified reports related to the installation that is supported, related to the heat that is supported, and of course the CO2 emissions avoided or abated is a function of physical properties within the project that relate to decarbonized heat production. Can the cost of the completion guarantee be included in the project costs? Maria, you want to?
Yes. Okay, it's important, okay, that you remember that this heat auction is based on your bid price, and it's not based on the notion of eligible costs or relevant costs. So you are free to set the bid price. It will not be calculated on the basis of the costs that you insert in the financial information file. You must respect, of course, the call text provisions, for example, the maximum grant amount per topic that is indicated in the call text. Having said that, as already presented, the financial information file has to be completely filled in with all of the project costs. So from that perspective, yes, you can include the cost of the completion guarantee in the FIF.
Sorry, just to mention, because we, since we explained the completion guarantee, I would like to bring one more clarification. We just checked that this information is already in the public sphere. So for the Spanish auction as a service, actually projects will be asked to deliver the completion guarantee faster. We published the link to the Spanish announcement. So for the Spanish projects, please check it carefully, because it has to go a little bit faster. Projects will be asked to deliver it already 3 weeks after the resolution of the call by CINEA. So for Spanish projects, that will be coming to the Spanish window only.
Okay, is a public company supplying steam to customers also eligible for application? Gianluca?
Yes, it's also eligible for application as written in the call text. Only legal entities can apply to the call. Legal entities can be based in any country worldwide, but there is no specific requirement, no specific condition in terms of the type of company that can participate in the call. So it can be private companies or public companies.
Okay. And I think we have the last question. In the call document, you mentioned the flexible ramping schedule for consuming electricity from the grid without damage to the equipment or compromising product quality to be provided. Is there a template for it? Should it be provided with the application? How comprehensive should it be?
Yeah, in the application form B, there is a specific box that is called flexibility mechanism on maximum eligible heat production volume. Over there, you will need to explain and give evidence of how your equipment can consume electricity in a flexible way to change the load to produce the heat that you claim. And we need to have that explicitly mentioned in that box. How comprehensive should it be? It's the more the better, but we just need the confirmation that whatever equipment you plan to install can be utilized in this flexible way without compromising the product quality or without obviously being damaged. If you want to provide data sheets of the equipment or a confirmation from the supplier, they are well accepted, but it's not mandatory.
Okay, colleagues, thanks a lot to everybody. This was really dense. I hope that we have still so many participants with us as there were in the morning. I hope this was useful for you. As I said before, the session recordings, slides will be published on CINEA website shortly after this event for you to review at your own pace. To digest the information. There is a lot, and I appreciate your presence here today, and thank you very much for being with us. Now, I just remind that we have one more session for Q&A in the afternoon, so we shall meet again at 2 p.m. So please do not disconnect, stay with us. Colleagues will continue for your questions. We will really try to answer as many as we can today so that you also leave this event with sufficient knowledge and information for you to go ahead. The communication will continue to go through Slido as we did in the morning, the same hashtag, the same space for you to pose the questions. You can continue posing the questions in the meantime, and we'll come back to them in the afternoon. Now, we have a traditional call for experts out there, as you know, under the Net Zero Technologies call that was also launched on the 4th of December. The evaluation of proposals is done by external experts. And for that call, we are always looking for new experts, whether technical, financial experts, rapporteurs, greenhouse gas emission experts. So please, in case you think you could help us or you would have people around you who could have a good profile to help us, please do register and apply. It is also important that we expand the group of people that are helping us to evaluate the proposals. Important message, we are always trying to improve our info days from year to year, so we are very open to your critical remarks, feedback. Please do so through this Slido site here. There will be a survey that will be published, so please do take part in this survey. It will help us to better prepare for the next events for the following calls. Thank you very much for that. There is a lot of information available. We already mentioned the funding and tenders portal. A lot of information is also on the websites of DG CLIMA, of CINEA. So please do have a look, expand the scope of information that you may need. I think this will bring us to the end of the morning part of the Info Day. Thank you very much for your attendance and very lively exchanges. I think the questions that we received also demonstrate the interest into our new auction for decarbonized industrial heat. We will meet again at 2 p.m. after the lunch break for the last Q&A session that will be chaired by Maria Alfayate. And from my end, first of all, a big thanks to all colleagues who made this event possible. Thank you so much for colleagues here in the room, in CINEA Communication, in DG CLIMA. It is an excellent team. And again, thank you very much for the hard work to make this event possible. To our potential applicants, let me wish you all good digestion of the information, good processing. Please, again, look at the tutorials, at the slides, have a look at the FAQ that will be published. Also, please use the help desk in case you have any residual project-specific or complex questions. I wish you excellent and productive weeks ahead. I hope you will be also able to break a bit for the Christmas time and come back in January with preparation of your proposals. We are very much looking forward. And again, as I said at the beginning, we are very honored and pleased with the interest that was shown also for this event. And we are very much looking forward to receiving many excellent applications into this call. So thank you again, and bon appetit, and see you all at 2 p.m. at the same link. So please do not disconnect. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this Q&A session on the heat auction. We hope that many of you who were there this morning are with us still this afternoon. So, as it was announced by Roman, we still have here a team of very knowledgeable people who are ready to continue answering your questions. And without any further delay, I pass it on to Evelina. So we'll have first some questions she will present that we have received lately and we consider they're relevant to start, and then we'll go to the slide.
No. Thank you very much, Maria. And yes, I think we are getting there, right. Thank you very much, Maria. So yes, we are getting into our Q&A session. And as you are putting the question on Slido, we have prepared a little bit of information for you. So first of all, there is already a questions and answers document. It is available on funding and tendering portal. Here you have the screenshot of the place of the webpage where you can find the call document for the heat auction. And if you scroll down to the part which is called Get Support, you can find this questions and answers document. If you wonder how we created this document, well, very simple. We published the final terms and conditions in October this year. And ever since we published it, we started to receive plenty of questions. Some of them were recurrent. And those recurrent questions, or those that we judged useful also for other applicants, we put together in the form of this Q&A document. And now, precisely, we have 6 questions which you can find in this document that we would like to talk you through right now. I think that they clarify quite a lot the questions that we also saw on Slido.
So maybe before getting into the questions, just to remind you that as we said this afternoon, I mean, the text that is, in case there is any type of conflict, is the call text and the frequently asked questions, or the questions which are on the web that prevail, in case there is any contradiction with whatever is answered today, which we hope is not the case, but these are the legal tests. So without, we go to the first question, which is, can a project that replaces an existing biomass or electrified heat production bid in an auction? And Evelina, I think it's for you.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, this kind of questions already came to us, and we realized that you noticed this requirement which comes under the Relevance award criterion, assessed pass-fail. We explained that earlier. That actually we are checking whether the project fulfills the objectives of the call. And actually call has only one objective. Objective is to lead to the direct GHG abatement. For most of the projects, it won't be any issue at all, because, for example, you are expanding the capacity, you are having a greenfield project, with the eligible technologies, and if you are not deploying those eligible technologies, you will be going for the fossil fuels, which are the baseline today in the industrial process heat. So, by deploying eligible technologies, compared to the baseline, which is fossil fuels, which is what would be happening otherwise, of course, project is leading to the direct GHG abatement. Likewise, if you are decommissioning fossil fuels capacity, because you are then replacing them with the eligible technologies, electrification or direct renewables technologies, of course, there is direct GHG abatement. Now, this maybe is a handful of cases only, but still it came to our attention that there were projects considering replacing equipment which today uses biomass or today is already electrified. And then obviously you can see that when you look at this, there is no direct GHG emissions abatement. So remember that in such cases, if you want to replace equipment which is today not having any direct emissions, we would at least like to see a significant increase in the carbonized heat output, meaning, for example, you had a small biomass boiler, now you replace it by much bigger electrified solution, so your output of the carbonized heat would increase. This is fine for us. Now, if output of your biomass boiler was X, and then you replace it by electrified solution with the same output of X, we don't see any direct GHG abatement happening. This will be assessed case by case. There is a box to fill in the application form where we ask you about the relevance of your project, how it fulfills the objectives of the call. So bear these explanations in mind. We also got maybe even more niche situation, but the case of replacing equipment using mixture of biomass and fossil fuels, so co-firing, right? Here we provide the indication that for us the significant increase could come if previously this boiler was using at least 70% of fossil fuels. Like I say, you have to argue that for your specific project, maybe there are other circumstances to highlight, but take it as a rule of thumb. And yes, it is important for us to judge the relevance of the project. That's it.
Thank you, Evelina. So the second question that we have selected for you is about eligibility and waste heat use. So can the waste heat be used if coming outside industrial processes? Rowan?
Yeah, so one of the eligible technologies for this call, obviously, are heat pumps. And heat pumps as a category cover heat pumps themselves, but also mechanical vapor recompression and thermochemical heat transformers. Now, the source of heat for these heat pumps may be environmental heat or excess waste heat from industrial processes. So the question has come a number of times, well, what does an industrial process mean? I'm taking waste heat, for example, from power generation or from CHP. Can I be eligible? And so very clearly, these are not considered industrial processes for the purpose of the call. So waste heat from CHPs, power generation, district heating, or waste incineration are not eligible sources of waste heat for heat pumps. Only waste heat from industrial processes is considered eligible for the call.
Thank you, Rowan. I will arrive to do it in the proper way. So now we go to eligibility, heat as a service. And we have a question which is, are industrial heat projects eligible for the call if the heat is supplied through a heat as a service arrangement? So Marco.
Yeah, thanks, Maria. And the answer is yes, is positive. Those projects are definitely eligible. The heat as a service arrangement is one of the many that can work under the heat auction. We have one requirement that the entity that is responsible to construct the project and most importantly produce the decarbonized heat, this entity must be part of the consortium that applies to the call. So within the boundaries of the project, we must see that this entity, this company, is there, and then the heat as a service arrangement can be done. That means that the off-taker, as part of this arrangement, can be part of the consortium if you as an applicant decides to do so, but it's also okay if it's an external party. The important thing is that the producer of the heat is part of the consortium.
Thank you, Marco. Very clear. Oh, yeah. So we go now to the bid calculation and the emission factors. And the question is, what if my project aims to replace a fossil fuel that is not among the ones listed in the call text? And I think, Evelina, you can take that.
Yes, thank you, Maria. So indeed, you know that the heart of this auction is that we are ranking the projects in terms of subsidy requested per ton of CO2. You can go for the default, which is ETS heat benchmark, or you can take emission factor of fossil fuels if you are actually decommissioning existing capacity using fossil fuels. And in order to avoid any questions and you searching different databases, we put in the terms and conditions and later into the call text the emission factors of the 4 main fossil fuels that you would find in the energy balances used today for the industrial process heat. So we think that with this, 90% of the cases can be covered. You have to apply those emission factors. Actually, the fifth, so the financial information file has them hard-coded, so no margin for maneuver. But yes, maybe you use, if you allow me, more exotic fuel, maybe, for example, you use peat. Currently, you do plan to decommission that, and you would like to deploy, say, electrified solution. What do? You don't find peat in this table. Well, then you need to take the emission factor, which is the closest to the one of peat. If you are in doubt, put your question on the help desk, and we guide you to the. There is a number of commission documents which list the emission factors. So if need be, we can guide you to them. You need to choose the one which is the closest to your situation. And maybe a little clarification when we mention hard coal here in the second row of this table that you find in the call text, that actually covers, it is derived from the bituminous coal and the coking coal. So they are exactly this. They are covered by the label that we put hard coal as in opposition to lignite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Evelina. So sorry, mic was not in. Thank you, Evelina. So we move to eligibility and virtual pooling. We have listened about it already this morning, but we wanted to make it very clear. So virtual pooling is not permitted in this auction. Can you clarify the concept of virtual pooling? Anything, Rowan?
Yeah, so you may have in some bidders into our auction may be controlling several facilities at different geographical locations from one control center, for example. But it's important to note that the call requires that heat production needs to be in a single geographic location. So this virtual pooling where you may be controlling sites across different countries or different locations is not eligible because the heat production is not in a single geographical location. Within a single geographical location, you can have pooling of the heat production capacity to meet the minimum size requirements, either 3 megawatt thermal or 5 megawatt thermal for the different call topics. This is an eligible configuration as long as those individual, for example, if you have 3 1 megawatt heat pumps at the same geographic location, that is eligible. When it comes to electricity sourcing, this is remote, it's outside the scope of the project, so it is fine if the electricity sourcing it comes from different locations outside of the single location of the heat production.
Thank you, Rowan. And we move now to grant disbursement. So how and when will the grant be disbursed? Marco?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. Okay, you heard this morning that there is no pre-financing. The only moment when the grant will be disbursed for each project is after the project entry into operation. And at that stage, every 6 months, in the so-called monitoring period, the grant will be paid upon the receipt of the verified report of produced heat and how much will it be paid. We will pay based on the applicant bid price, so whatever price you have included in your bid, in the financial information file. You indicate that first in Europe per megawatt hour, and then based on the emission factor that you decide to use, this figure will be translated into the fixed premium of the auction call, which is expressed in euro per ton of CO2 abated. So this bid price will be multiplied every 6 months for the volume of GHG abatement that you achieve. What is the volume of GHG abatement that you achieve? Is simply the amount of heat that you produce in the 6 months period, translated in abated CO2 by means of the very same emission factor that you have used in the application to obtain your applicant bid price. At the moment of the payment, every 6 months, you will simply have to inform the granting authority, CINEA, about the amount of heat that you produced, some automatic conversion, some formulas in the templates that you will be provided with will convert this megawatt hour in the period in tons of CO2 abated. And by means of the bid price, you will find what is the amount of euros that you will be paid in this period. I don't know if you remember, but earlier this morning we mentioned several flexibility conditions. Well, at this moment, at the moment of the payment, we will do a check to verify if the amount of heat that you claim for each monitoring period, so every 6 months, is within the flexibility mechanism that you have indicated. So the worst that can happen is that you produced more for some reason, but you identified that you were going to be within the 70 or 80% of allowable hours, and then, if so, we will simply cap the payment to this figure. And this is more or less how we will disburse the grant.
Okay, thank you, Marco. And I think thank you, Marco. I think with this we have finished with the questions that we had prepared for you. So now we are moving to a Slido. You normally have the code on the screen and you had it already. So yeah, besides, this is to ask you for feedback, but my colleagues are just putting on the screen the questions. Yes, bear with us a minute. Okay, so we have a first question. Could you please clarify whether an existing gas boiler that will be replaced by an electric boiler under the project may still be operated during the project period? For example, in situations where electricity prices are very high, would such occasional use affect eligibility or other obligations? Marco?
Yeah, maybe I can start and then Evelina and Rowan will complement, but we can say it depends a little bit depending on which emission factor you decide to use. In a specific case, the answer to this question is yes. Your decision of using fossil fuel-based heat production unit might affect the eligibility, because if you choose to have an emission factor that is not the standard default ETS benchmark for heat, it means that you commit to decommission completely your existing asset at entry into operation, and therefore there is no possibility for you to use it anymore. On the contrary, if you use the heat ETS benchmark, it means that you decide to keep somehow alive your existing fossil fuel asset for some extraordinary events, and this means that you will be presenting a bid price that is the standard heat benchmark, and in this situation we will simply pay the electrified, decarbonized heat that comes from the usage of the new equipment, the electrified heat pump or whatever it is. So the answer to this question, it depends on what you choose as the emission factor to start with.
Evelina, you want to complement? Okay. Then we pass to the following question. Is there an extra penalty that will be incurred if we consistently deliver significantly less CO2 abatement than what was submitted in the project proposal? Or is the only penalty just less subsidy payment in line with the amount of decarbonized heat produced?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Maria.
Yes, thanks, Maria. Yes, there is a penalty beyond just simply less subsidy. You can find more information in section 10 of the call text. So if your verified heat production falls below an average of 30% of the expected yearly volume as stated in your bid for 3 consecutive years, then the grant may be terminated and the payments recovered. Otherwise, the normal rules apply, and you are only paid for the verified abatement, as my colleague explained in the presentation.
Elena, I think.
Yes, just to complement that, yes, this is the rule that we call on severe underperformance, what Maria was explaining. Indeed, it can come and kick in, but you see the conditions for that are pretty, I mean, you have to really severely underperform. Now, if, for example, for 1 year you have reduced production of this decarbonized heat, or you don't have any production at all, I don't know, electricity prices are unfavorable, you lost off-taker and so on, then indeed the only penalty is that you are not getting the payment. So remember the basic rule, of course we pay you on the unit of production, and then yes, if we see that project is severely underperforming, we have to terminate it.
Thank you to both. So we move to a question which is the following. For our Germany-based electricity heating project, are these restrictions on electricity origin? Is sourcing renewable power via a virtual PPA from another EU state allowed? We believe that there are no geographic limits, but seek confirmation on how this would work under electricity sourcing boundaries. So I see some colleagues nodding, so.
Yeah, so I think some of the people who have joined the call today maybe have familiarity with some of the other mechanisms which we have in the Innovation Fund Stable, the hydrogen auction, for example. But for this call, there are no restrictions around the source of electricity for your project. So we don't have, beyond the requirements for heads of terms, there's no restrictions on which type of renewable energy, for example, or a specific PPA or a specific member state on the source of electricity.
Thank you, Rowan. I think the answer was pretty clear. So we move to the following question. The auction seems to be focused on projects that already show a stage maturity beyond feasibility studies. Projects under conceptual design are likely to be discarded for this auction. Will be there additional auctions for heat in the incoming years? Evelina.
This question in a way came also in the morning, so you are absolutely right that we focus on certain stage of maturity because you need to pass the qualifications, which is quality of the project and the relevance. So yeah, there is a need for a feasibility study. So if you are only about to start only to conduct feasibility study, we have a doubt that you can make it on time and submit the proposal. So yes, I see the natural question, will there be another auction in the next years? First of all, we need to see the results of this auction. We hope it will be successful, that there will be large number of bidders. So yeah, fingers crossed. And based on the results of this auction, based on the revenues available in the Innovation Fund and other political priorities, the decision will be taken. So I can also say no guarantee that it will be conducted. So if you are at the right stage of maturity, please come and apply.
Thank you, Evelina. If the replaces boiler gives heat to 2 plants in 2 different locations to the boiler's location, would it fall under the heat auctions scope? Who wants to take that?
Yeah, I can take this. The answer is yes. You can replace a boiler and provide heat services to different off-takers that are located in different part of your industrial cluster or elsewhere. It doesn't matter for us. The only, if the question, let's say, stems from the description and definition of virtual pooling, the off-taker doesn't matter, so you can provide heat to whoever works for you as a project. The only important thing is that the production unit is located in one site with the conditions that Rowan explained before, but there is no hard requirements for the location of the off-takers.
Thank you, Marco. Okay. In the terms of condition on page 6, it's mentioned that equivalent of 70% of hours per year, 6,132 hours at nominal capacity can be subsidized. Does that mean, assuming my project runs the same amount of hours per year of nominal power, I can get subsidies for 100% of the generated heat?
Yeah, I can start, and then my colleagues will integrate if needed. Yes, your understanding is somehow correct. We need to start from the definition of the capacity. Okay, you will indicate in the fifth the average annual amount of heat that you are planning to produce, and in this case, based on what we read in this question, we understand that your idea would be simply to multiply your nameplate capacity for 6,132 hours. This will be your let's say target heat production yearly. What does it mean? It means indeed that if that is your target heat, the automatic check in the fifth will show you us that we do not have to restrict any further the heat produced, and therefore the grant amount that you will eventually receive. And that is true. At each payment, though, we will have to confirm once again that this is true. So for each payment, we will again confirm if the amount of it that you produce, and therefore that will be paid, fulfill these figures, meaning that we will be able always to pay whatever is the amount that you claimed, if it's within the limit, or we will cap it at those figures.
Okay. Thank you, Marco. So we have a short question. What is the expected TRL for the Innovation Fund projects? I guess it's for this call.
Short answer to short question, there is no expectation. So we don't have any requirement on the TRL. Here we are in the auction call for proposals. So what matters is whether technology is on the list of eligible technologies. We would expect that actually it is about deployment of more mature technologies, but if you have project which is finishing the research phase and you want to go for the deployment immediately, more than welcome to apply to the auction.
Thank you, Evelina. What implications are there for flexible electrification project applications that may only be utilized 15 to 60% of the time, not even 70% of time? Rowan.
Yeah, so we've spoken about this minimum utilization of 30% of the planned heat production throughout the project, and that's 30% of that which is planned at the time of your bid. There is no restriction on the amount of heat that you produce. So you can produce theoretically 15% of your named capacity if that is what you bid at the beginning of your project. We don't believe this is economical to do so, to build a plant several times bigger than what you plan to utilize that facility for, but theoretically you could indeed bid well below the nameplate plate capacity of the project.
Thanks, Rowan. So here we have a question on ISO. So must ISO 50001 certification be in place on the date of the auction application or on the date the facility is commissioned? Who wants? Marco?
Yeah, maybe I can start, and then colleagues in front of, if you want to integrate. First of all, let's remind us what is this ISO for. In the call text, we identified this as one of the, let's say, schemes that should be followed to provide the temperature and the heat measurement when you will have to be paid. So the reports will have to provide figures in terms of heat production and temperature levels of the produced heat. And to do so, you will need to follow some kind of certification schemes, the provision of some certification schemes such as the ISO 50001. You don't have to have this in place at the moment of the auction, but it's important for you and your company or the company that is going to produce the heat to have this in place and you to be familiar with at the moment of entering into operation, because that is the moment when you need to, when you must start to use it, to be able to then have the possibility to prepare and provide to CINEA the report of your produced heat at which temperature level. So not needed at application, but needed at the end of the commissioning, meaning entry into operation.
Thank you, Marco. Okay, the next question says the following. Is it possible to combine two technologies in one funding? So if we want to install a heat pump and an energy storage, is this possible to combine in one funding request, or does it need to be two funding requests? Evelina.
Actually, what is described in this question is a perfect combination to claim the flexibility, to implement the flexibility, so heat pump to produce the decarbonized heat, and then combined with energy storage, which would, if it is properly dimensioned, it would allow you to claim payments for 100% of the hours. So yes, this is eligible configuration. That would be one application. So what matters is production of the decarbonized heat, and then energy storage would enable you, if you fulfill the requirements that we attach to the energy storage, to claim 100% hours of payment. Now, I am a bit surprised by this question, because if you were to come with a project which is only about the heat pump, that would be also eligible, but you wouldn't be able to come with a project which is only about the energy storage, right? And we saw a couple of questions like that on the slider as well. So if your project is only about the storage, great. You could apply maybe to the regular grants of the Innovation Fund. We have Info Day on the 16th of December. But for the heat auction, it wouldn't be enough, because storage per se is not producing decarbonized heat. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelina. I think the answer was pretty clear. The following question reads as follows. Is the temperature boundary the inlet to the equipment or the outlet temperature of the fluid heated? So I think Jan or Johannes?
Yes, thank you for the question. Important is the temperature level of the output, so the heat flow that has been inserted in the heat transfer medium has to be measured with a temperature metering device, thermometer, and this has to be compliant with the particular thresholds for temperature requirements in the topics. So only the outlet temperature.
Thank you. Would it be possible to install a fossil fuel-based backup system alongside the electrification technology for contingency purpose? Rowan.
Yeah, I think we've answered similar questions. What I note about this question is the word install. So this implies it's new fossil fuel capacity. apart from a very small carve-out, a small exception we've allowed for glass furnaces or for other technologies where the applicant can show that there's a safety or technical limitation for which a fossil fuel sort of hybrid system is required. Apart from this very small carve-out, in general, no new fossil fuel-fired capacity can be installed as part of the auction.
Thank you. Again, I think pretty clear answer. In a leasing model, the new electrification equipment owner is not the plant owner, and the equipment replaces fossil fuel units. The asset owner applies as sole beneficiary. Can the decommissioning report issued by the plant owner be accepted even though they are not the grant beneficiary? Maria.
Yes, thanks, Maria. I can start and colleagues can add if necessary. So basically, the call text requires the beneficiary to demonstrate that the fossil unit has been decommissioned. It does not require the beneficiary to own the decommissioned asset or perform the decommissioning. So in a leasing model, it is acceptable for the fossil unit asset owner to issue this report as long as the call text provisions are respected and the beneficiary includes it in the required deliverables and remains fully responsible for its compliance. So that would be my, yep. Thanks.
So thank you. Yeah, we have now the following question. We can combine HA with the compensation for heat auction, sorry. I mean, I was just thinking, what was the acronym about? So we can combine heat auction with the compensation for indirect emission costs provided under the ETS state aid guidelines. Can we still apply to the heat auctions? Can get the funding by making sure the project does not claim compensation for the electricity used to produce the supported heat? Evelina?
Yes, we receive a lot of questions on the indirect cost compensation. You can find in the call text that it is not possible to combine both the grant to be awarded under the heat auction and indirect compensation. So this is the general rule. Now, what we are also responding, either functional mailbox or now by help desk, is that project can also step out of indirect cost compensation. So once you know that you were selected, that you were awarded under the Innovation Fund auction, then you decide that for the years during which you will be supported by the Innovation Fund grant, for those, let's say typically it will be 5 years, for those 5 years you will not be claiming the indirect cost compensation. We understand that those claims are made year by year, either at the beginning or at the end of the year. Now, we also start to receive questions about the specificities, about part of electricity which receives indirect cost compensation, part which doesn't. So if this question is about those specific aspects, please come on the help desk and explain which part of electricity you would see exempted, because we would really like to see the details.
Thank you, Evelina. When new electrification equipment replaces fossil fuel unit, and requires a decommissioning report within the first year after entry into operation, will the bank guarantee remain active until the report is presented? Terms and conditions say failure triggers the guarantee, but also that it lasts only 6 months after entering into operation. Donna Maria?
So the call text says that the guarantee remains to be, it's required to remain valid until 6 months after the maximum time to enter into operation. And if you fail to provide a credible decommissioning report, then within the required deadline, then this may trigger a breach and a grant agreement termination or a grant reduction. So that's a bit what the call text says.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, following question says, what inspections and checks are performed during project implementation and after commissioning? Marco?
Yeah. There are not specific inspections and checks that we will actually perform. That's a little bit the beauty of the auction, that it's designed to be simple and hopefully fast to be processed. It means that we will not actually perform any specific inspections and checks. The only thing we will do is to verify and confirm the payments based on the verified report of the carbonized heat that you are going to provide us.
Fine, okay. We don't have, now we have the next question on the screen. When can we start the construction of the project at the earliest? Given the CAPEX is not subsidized, can we start building after the results in May, June? And what is the earliest we can start operation? Could it be 2026? So who answers, Lucas?
I can answer. Yeah, please go ahead.
So first, remember that the call text requires that start of works has not occurred at the time of submission. So you may start construction only after submitting the application. And in terms of entry into operation, just be aware of the call text provisions of the maximum time to enter into operation, which is 4 years. That's the deadline. So it could be 2026, if it makes sense for your project.
I would like to add something. Of course, it will be at your risk if you start constructing before the grant award, right? I mean, we expect this to be competitive auction, so there would be this risk involved. If you wait for the grant agreement signature, then you are sure.
Thank you, Maria and Evelina. I think the answer was clear. Are there templates available for business plan and feasibility study? Marco?
There is for sure a template available for the feasibility study. It's there available. You can download it from the funding and tender portal, and you are recommended to use it to the maximum extent possible. While for the business plan, we do not have a specific template, but we provided quite an extensive explanation of what you should present in terms of business plan. Therefore, the answer is yes for feasibility study, not for business plan, but you should have all the information in the call text.
Maria?
Indeed, and just also to emphasize what was presented this morning regarding the business plan, within Part B, the financial maturity section, it's a critical part of your application where you justify and explain in detail the financial maturity of your projects, the 4 elements that were presented this morning, and on the basis of your financial data in the financial information file and all of the mandatory annexes. There is no template, but make sure to fulfill Part B in detail and provide all of the mandatory annexes.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, what should I consider a start date of my project?
Okay, in terms of project that gets awarded under the Innovation Fund heat auction, then the start date will be defined in your grant agreement. So this is it, from the signature of the grant agreement till your last monitoring period, you are the project monitored by CINEA. Now, of course, there is also lifetime as such of your project. I mean, you could even start it from the conception phase, and probably it will go beyond the subsidy period of the heat innovation project, heat auction. So yeah, I believe you talk about, the question is about what happens under the grant agreement. We have exactly this difference between project lifetime and project duration, as we administratively understand it, explained in the Q&A document.
Thanks, Evelina. Okay, so a question from Germany. Dear IF team, did I get this correct? Decommissioning means physical decommission. Hence, a project that will only reduce, not replace entirely, existing fossil capacity is considered a hybrid solution and cannot claim emission factor other than the phase 4 heat benchmark. Marco, you start?
Yeah, maybe I can start. It's true that such a project, as we are reading it, should not claim and cannot claim an emission factor other than the ETS heat benchmark. We wouldn't call it hybrid in the jargon of the heat auction, but if you plan to still use in the future partially the existing fossil fuel capacity, it means that you will not be able to claim an emission factor that is not the phase 4 heat benchmark. And therefore, you are invited to apply by using the standard emission factor. If you do not do that, we will ask you later on proof of the decommissioning of that existing asset. And if you're not able to provide it, that is a problem. It means that we will be possibly entitled to terminate your grant. So yes, the answer is in this case, use the standard phase 4 heat benchmark.
Thank you, Marco. We have another question. Is it possible to bid with a portfolio of projects in the same site? Evelyn?
Okay, so one company can submit a number of different projects, but those projects need to be different. So you cannot make multiple bids for exactly the same project with the same assets, the same off-takers, the same suppliers. If projects are very similar, during the evaluation, CINEA colleagues can come back to you and actually check with which project is it exactly that you are bidding. So no problem to come with a portfolio, but this portfolio, maybe it can be on the same side, but it needs to concern different assets. There needs to be difference between the projects which are bidding.
Thanks, Evelina. Okay, for the flexible clause, is it possible to apply for less than 70% of hours, for example, 65% of annual hours, and then the potential subsidy will be at the same level, in that case, 65%? Rowan?
Yeah, so there's during your bid, you have to obviously state the expected production of heat, and as you state correctly here, you may bid less than 70% of hours. But if you state, for example, 65% of nameplate capacity, then that governs your maximum grant. And so you will then not be able to, if your heat production is higher than that amount, you will not be able to receive a greater subsidy than that 65%, for example, through the lifetime of the project.
Thank you. Okay, we want to apply as a consortium, heat provider and off-taker. How should responsibilities for qualification requirements and mandatory documents be allocated between the two parties? Maria Jesus?
One of the key messages is that the heat producer, the party that is producing and delivering the heat, must be part of the consortium, must be a beneficiary. So logically, it will provide all the evidence related to their activities, the heat-related evidence. The off-taker will provide what makes sense for the off-taker, for example, the off-take heads of terms. Ultimately, it's the coordinator that will submit the package, the full application, and the compliance is not assessed per beneficiary. It's assessed overall for the consortium. So there are no rules on which party does what, and you may internally divide it as you may, but of course, the party producing and delivering the heat needs to give the evidence that is part of the mandatory annexes.
Thank you, Maria. What is the emission factor in case the project has green certificates?
That's slightly confusing question, I must say. So we suppose EF is emission factor. Now, actually, we don't know what green certificates would do. Emission factor is decided by the fact whether you will be decommissioning or not. If you are decommissioning, then it is emission factor of fossil fuels used in the decommissioned capacity. If you are not decommissioning, you are taking ETS phase 4 benchmark of heat. So actually, at least I don't see any link with the green certificates. Maybe please clarify in the help desk.
Yeah, maybe if I just add, so to be clear, we speak a lot about the reference scenario or what your take, the previous scenario, which was assumed to be either fossil fuel scenario or the ETS benchmark. For the project scenario, as in what we expect the emissions to be from your installation, we assume this is zero. We don't take into account indirect emissions, for example. So I think that's where the question might be coming from. So whether you take the direct renewables case or the electrification case, in both cases, the project scenario, if we use innovation fund terminology, is assumed to be zero, emissions intensity of the project.
Thanks, Rowan. Consider an industrial end user connected close to a district heating network. Would the project be eligible also if the renewable extra heat not consumed by chosen end user, which demand fulfillment is the main aim of the new plant, is injected into the DH network to feed also other industries? District heating, I guess, is DH.
Okay. Yeah, okay, it is a complicated question for Slido, but let's give our best. So, okay, we understand that DH is the district heating network, probably industrial one, not residential. Yes, there are some of those. Okay, so you are producing with eligible technologies decarbonized heat, very good, but not all of that will be consumed in the industry, you are saying in this question. Some would be put into the district heating network. Then the part which goes to the district heating network is not fed into industrial processes, so for us it wouldn't be possible to support it. We want that this decarbonized heat goes to industrial processes.
I think Jan or Johannes want to complement.
Yes, and then in terms of metering, it would be important that the meter will be placed just for the heat amount that is fed into the industrial site, and the heat that is injected in the district heating network is not part of the eligible amount of heat.
Thank you both. Does a thermal energy storage asset which produces heat from part of the technologies which qualify for the heat auction? Anyone?
Yes, I think we don't have the complete question, so bear with us if we misinterpret your question. So we understand that, okay, you will be deploying energy storage, which, like we said before, super if you want to claim flexibility requirement fulfillment and therefore get subsidy for 100% of hours. Now, where I at least get confused is that heat storage asset is producing heat. Well, normally storage should work together with a different storage should work with an asset which produces indeed the heat, and together they make a project which is eligible for the heat auction. So, like we said before, storage, welcome, that enables you, if you fulfill all the conditions for storage, to claim 100% of hours. Heat production technologies, they have to be on our list, which is open as long as it is electrification technology and direct renewable geothermal or solar thermal technologies. So yes, all of that together, it qualifies for the heat auction. If you want to come with the storage asset alone, without the heat production part, that wouldn't be an eligible setup.
Thank you, Elena. Okay. Must the bid price be reduced by the amount of the electricity tax reduction, or do we need to exclude these quantities from the electricity tax reduction application?
Give it a try.
Okay, Evelina.
Yes, again, we don't have the, we might need more to fully answer this question, but let us give it a try. So you will be sourcing electricity for the electrification technologies. Like Rowan explained, we are agnostic how actually you source this electricity, whether it is renewable, whether it is from the grid, what kind of contract you have for it. You will need electricity, bottom line, and you have to show us that you have a plan how to source it at the moment of application. This, in your electricity price, yes, there will be the elements of tax and levies. We all know that there is now many items like that in the bill, both for the industrial and the household consumers. So all of that is correct. Now, you don't need to do any kind of correction. You tell us when you calculate your bid, of course, you consider the full cost of electricity. So that's first part of the response, but I think that this question might be pointing at the accumulation again with the state aid. So there are some elements of the reductions in the electricity taxes or levies which are state aid, because they are not applied to all economic actors, but more selectively, so they confer certain advantage. All these kind of reductions, they have to be assessed case by case. This is what our colleagues in DG Competition are doing in cooperation with national authorities. And if all the conditions are fulfilled, then even though it confers certain selective advantage for certain players, it can be approved as state aid. And you heard us explaining earlier that we don't allow cumulation. So indeed, if you were to source electricity which benefits from state aid, this will pose a problem. We have restriction on that under our cumulation rules. You wouldn't be able to combine Innovation Fund grant with such a state aid. And now I have to go one layer deeper into this. The only exemption to this rule is if those tax or levies reductions are done for environmental purposes. So they were approved under section 4.1 of Commission guidelines on the climate and environmental aid, then you could combine them. It would be very complicated for a project to assess it. So like I said in the earlier presentation, please go to the national competent authority, I don't know, energy regulator or those managing the taxation, those with whom you apply for those reductions, and check what is it exactly that I have in my electricity price. If it is not state aid, super, no restrictions apply to us. If it is state aid, okay, is it this kind of state aid under the point 4.11 of SEAC? Then you can have it. If it is something different, no, you wouldn't be able to combine both. Very complicated answer. If still too complicated, please come back on the help desk.
Thank you, Evelina. Yes, eventually maybe some more framework information can help via help desk. So a new question. if the new decarbonized heat production capacity replaces heat produced by a varied energy mix, gas, biomass, that varies over time, can we use the standard emission factor for gas? Who takes that? Marco.
I can start because it stems from one concept that Evelina already tried to explain at the very beginning of this section. Well, replacing a biomass or fossil fuel installation, a remix of those, a solution like this will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis during our evaluation. And the reason being is that we need to check whether or not this solution generates somehow direct GHG abatement, which is the goal and the target of the heat auction. So per se, by looking at it, we do not have yet those elements. There is a nicely drafted already question in the Q&A that says something like, you can propose to replace such a capacity, so a boiler using a mix of biomass and fossil fuels. It's okay, but it will be considered relevant for the auction, therefore pass the award criteria, only if the boiler replaced has used at least 70% of fossil fuels in the past 2 years. This means that if the boilers that you are trying to replace used in the past a substantial amount of biomass, this for the heat auction purposes means that will not generate relevant GHG abatement and therefore will not be scoring positively under the relevance criterion. And if you're in this case, meaning that if your boiler to be replaced used substantially a big amount of fossil fuel and maybe a tiny bit of biomass, then in this specific case, you will have to demonstrate in your application documents. And then if this is the case and you are going to decommission this asset, you might use indeed the emission factor of gas for this specific circumstance. But it will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and we invite you to read and study this question already.
Thank you, Marco. Okay. We currently have a gas boiler and a coal boiler. We will be decommissioning the coal boiler. The new electric boiler will replace the heat generated from both boilers, but the gas boiler will not be decommissioned. Can we use the emission factor for coal for the proportion of the coal boiler?
Let's take it on the hand.
Okay, I mean, I think my colleagues are telling me that eventually if some more framework information can be provided and put the question via the help desk, we can try to give a proper answer here. It seems very difficult. Okay, then we go for a new one. Can affiliated entity also be applicants? Yeah, do you want to take it?
Okay, we have in the call text, in the definitions, the definition of affiliated entities. So the affiliated entities, they cannot apply alone. We need to have a coordinator, a beneficiary, and the affiliated entity will then actually be below the beneficiary and participate in the action, as the call text says, with similar obligations and rights. The beneficiary would be the applicant, and affiliated entities cannot participate on their own.
Okay, thank you. Is there a template for the consortium agreement? To my understanding, this is not the case, but I mean, look at Maria.
Yeah, exactly. We also have a definition in the call text of consortium agreement. It's an internal document between you, and so it's up to the consortium to draft it following the objective of the consortium agreement as stipulated in the definitions in the call text.
Thank you, Maria. What happens if there is a change in ownership of a project after the grant agreement is signed, and how does the Innovation Fund handle such changes? Maria.
So when there is a change in ownership after the grant agreement is signed, you will need to inform CINEA as signed in the grant agreement. When there are such changes, you need to inform immediately to CINEA, because this is handled through an amendment, and will be analyzed through one amendment process.
Thank you. Okay, I think this was partly tackled this morning. Are projects outside EU member states eligible to apply? So the project itself physically has to take place in the EU or in the European Economic Area. So it includes Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. But I don't know if anyone wants to complement to that.
Perfect.
Yeah, maybe that means that an applicant can be located in any country, and that's okay, except those that are in the sanction lists, but the project must be located, as Maria said, in EU or EEA.
Okay. Thank you for the compliment, Marco. I think this one is as well for Evelina. Looks to me. Another accumulation question. Can free allocation of EU ETS emission allowances be combined with heat auction?
Thank you, Maria. But for once, it's an easy accumulation question, so I'm very happy to take it. Short answer is yes. So the free allocation under the EU ETS, if your project would receive this, it can be indeed combined with the Innovation Fund auction grant. Why? Because that's actually a very interesting case. This free allocation is neither state aid nor EU funding. It is this third category. You can find it on a slide that we were presenting earlier this morning. So yes, this kind of support you can combine with the grant under the auction.
Thank you, Evelina. Okay. Does the auction application documentation require a GHG calculation and GHG model similar to hydrogen auction and Innovation Fund regular grants? And is there a specific methodology for this? So, Marco, you start, and eventually.
Yeah, I can take this, and the positive answer is that no, there is no methodology for this, and there is no need for this, especially because everything is embedded in the only one form that you will have to fill in, which is the fifth, the Excel template that you have to fill in. It means that once you define the heat, the yearly heat that you want to, or that you plan to produce, once you define the emission factor that is applicable to your case, with all the provisions that we explained before, automatically you will know under the heat auction framework what is the GHG abatement potential of your project. And that's it. That's all you need to do, and that's all you need to be monitored for. So there is nothing else than that, and this is simple, and that's a little bit the beauty of this heat auction, that doesn't require you to, or us, to go through any specific methodology similarly to the regular calls.
Thank you, Marco. Okay. If a project generates more heat than mentioned in the grant agreement, does the company not receive extra money?
Yeah, I can answer. I can start. Yes, if the project generates more heat, so in the every 6 months period, you come to us and say, you know, I did this, and this number is bigger than what you have included in the application form, and therefore into what will become a grant agreement, then maybe we might be happy, but there's nothing we can do. So no extra money, no extra payment. So the payments are linked and capped to what is included in the fifth and or to the checks of the flexibility provisions that we mentioned before. The fact that you produce more than what you have anticipated doesn't materialize in any additional payment.
Thank you, Marco. I think it's clear. No more, could be less, but depending on what happens. How to justify the feasibility of the initiative if the period of funding is 5 years as of operation? Could there be initiative for after 5 years to sustain the competitiveness of the successful applicants that have converted to such less cost-efficient system for their manufacturing? Evelina. Yeah, please. Sorry. Who was?
Okay, I will start maybe take it purely from the bid formulation. And of course, colleagues can complement. So yes, we are supporting projects for 5 years of operation. This feature of the auction was intensely debated with stakeholders. Now, you are between the lines in this question, you are asking the question, okay, and once your support period is over, what do I do? Because I might still have a gap between my costs and the revenues I get from the market. So yes, you can play it like that, okay, so I have the next 5 years secured, and then maybe there could be a different national scheme or European scheme which will come and help me to bridge the gap. Or you could say, I'm making bids such that actually it recuperates the gap over the entire lifetime of the project. So that will, of course, increase your bid, right? If you want to cover more than 5 years. But it would be also a rational bidding behavior to make sure that that investment in the asset, even after 5 years of support under the Innovation Fund, can still live on. So it is up to the bidder. We were explaining in the morning there are rational bidding behavior that we encourage, and remember that you also have to implement the project. So going beyond 5 years of support when calculating your cost gap, your funding gap, that would be possible as well.
Any other compliment from colleagues? Cumulation from Peter. Regarding cumulation, usually there are no competent national authorities. State aid is based on a law which is a decision of the Parliament. There are only national law execution authorities. They will never give opinion if a support is state aid or not. Do you have some additional advice?
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm glad that you were reading our previous answers and suggestions, because for us the best way forward is indeed checking on the national level. You can understand it that from our perspective, checking that for the 30 countries, that's mission impossible. Now, I understand that you struggle to actually locate this competent national authority. It's not the first time that we have this discussion with the applicants to the Innovation Fund, because under auctions, we actually, in general, don't allow the accumulation. So the question is, okay, is it what I'm receiving state aid? Because if yes, I'm in trouble. Whereas under our regular grants, we allow accumulation, but then there are the rules on the maximum level of cumulated support. And then again, you have to go to national authorities to see if you are not breaching them. So whichever call we have, it is a bit complicated, but yeah, we have to live with that. So we can tell you that practically, there needs to be at least one body in a country which knows it. It can be ministry, it can be energy regulator, it can be national office for the support mechanisms. Maybe indeed in the first go you will go from one authority to the other, but it will be possible. If you really struggle, perhaps the best first door, I mean, if you are especially thinking about the taxes, levies, and so on, which are extremely complicated, energy regulator would be the first door, and then they should orient you further. We have feedback from other projects that yes, they managed to locate those competent authorities. We have been in touch with those competent authorities to check the accumulation rules. So it has worked for the others. Maybe it is challenging more in some countries than the others, but it must work. Alternative route is finding the tool in the database of DG Competition, but that you better be supported by the army of lawyers to interpret that well. That's a very complicated route.
Thank you, Evelina. Okay, I think we have another one, state aid. If a project receives preliminary approval for state aid, but the agreement is not due to be signed before the Innovation Fund 25 auction process is completed, how should this be reflected in the self-declaration? It could be the choice of the applicant to choose between the two aids if the Innovation Fund 2025 would be successful.
Okay, actually this question is much less complicated because what we are asking you for in the application form is that you make a self-declaration that by the time of the grant agreement, you are not in a situation of cumulation which is forbidden. So yes, if at the moment of application your state aid is not yet secured, maybe you have high hopes, right? But it is not yet secured, it's not yet granted. You can sign in the application form that you are not in a situation of forbidden cumulation. And yes, by the time of the grant agreement signature for the Innovation Fund, you will decide, do I go with the Innovation Fund grant? Of course, if I was successful in the auction, if not, problem disappears, right? Or I'm going for the national support, which is state aid. So remember that really this line, somebody used that earlier, of no return is signing the grant agreement. So if you can still abandon, forgo the national support by the time of grant agreement signature, this is fine for us.
Thanks, Evelina. Okay, we have one about CapEx, so maybe it's for Maria. If the heat pump included in the project is expected to be powered by a photovoltaic system, can the bid price be structured in a way that also includes the CapEx of the photovoltaic installation?
Thanks, Maria. So the bid price will not be structured in a different way because you include the CapEx of the PV installation. Because the bid price, you are free to set, okay? If and only if you are within the limits specified in the call text. So this heat auction is based on a bid price, euro per megawatt thermal, but therefore it's not affected by your CapEx, OpEx, revenues that you insert in the financial information file. Now, in the financial information file, apart from your bid parameters, it's very important that you include all of the costs associated to your project. So if electricity will come from a PV installation, yes, you need to include this CapEx. And then in the Part B, financial maturity section, you will also need to incorporate it into the CapEx needs and then justify also how this will, these cash needs will be funded and covered as part of the total funding needs of your project.
Thank you, Maria. Okay, if the heat source used by the heat pump comes from a cogeneration unit, would such a setup fall within the scope of the heat auction?
You can take from.
You want to take it?
So I can start, and the answer for the specific example of a heat pump, the answer is yes, but we will be able to support and to provide a payment only for the amount of incremental heat that is generated directly from the heat pump itself, meaning that the heat pump will get as an input an amount of heat. Okay, it's fine. We don't care about this, but what we care is the incremental heat that the heat pump will be able to generate, taking that heat as an input source. So somehow we are, and this is mentioned also in the, I think in the call text in some of the footnotes, we are okay, but you need to understand that that amount of heat from the cogeneration unit will not generate per se any kind of amount that we can support. It's only the heat pump that will increase the heat content of that source that will be subsidized.
John, I think you want to...
Yeah, I can complement. So if the cogeneration unit is a CHP, so combined heat and power unit, or any other power generation capacity, and then this waste heat cannot be used, as this is explicitly excluded as a source for the heat pump itself. But if this comes from an industrial process with some kind of cogeneration in this process, and this is the waste heat that is coming from this without increasing the fossil fuel use, so it's just really the waste heat, then this can be fed into the heat pump.
Okay, thank you. So the next question. There is a requirement to provide in the bid documents heads of terms for the procurement of main equipment. Is an equipment proposal from supplier sufficient? So is sufficient to present the...
Yeah.
So please make sure to read Annex 2 very carefully, because there it is stated that it is required heads of terms or other pre-contractual signed term sheets, including very specific elements, supplier name, technical characteristics, price, etc. So normally, a commercial offer does not include all of these elements. So to the extent that it does not comply with the requirements in Annex 2, then no, an equipment proposal is not sufficient. Would you like to?
So the answer was, I think, pretty clear. Read Annex 2, and then you know what is the minimum that you have to present. Could you clarify whether the incompatibility between the IF25 heat auction and indirect carbon cost compensation applies at beneficiary, company level, or at installation level? Evelina?
Please come with this question to the help desk, because we want to provide you as precise answer as possible. We understand by now that indeed there are those different levels. So general rule is no, it is not compatible, but let us see that between installation and beneficiary, how does it exactly work? So please do come back with this question on the help desk.
My colleagues are making signs that we are coming to an end, because we have exhausted the list of questions that could be replied in the available time. So we wanted to thank all of you for participating in this Q&A session. We would like to remind you that the recordings will be available soon in the coming days. There won't be transcript of the Slido, as it was already explained this morning, but some questions which eventually were answered through a Slido might be used to enrich the list of Q&A which is available already on the website. So we would like to insist that you have a wealth of information available on the web. So please get familiar with all the tutorials, with all the information, the call text, and anything which is available. So this is the one. Okay. Feedback, this one. Okay. So yes, I was saying, please use this information which is available. Try to get familiar with it. When you don't find an answer to a question you may have, then send it to the help desk, but try to use the information which is available because resources are limited and we want to give service as much as possible to everyone who is having questions. You have on the slide, on the screen, our next events. So on the 16th of December, which is next week on Tuesday, we are having the info day for what we call the general call, so the Innovation Fund 2025 Net Zero Technologies, and you have the link to the registration. As it is the case today, anyone who has registered for participation in these info days will receive the information when the recordings are available online. We want as well to let you know that on the 19th of May, we will have the Clean Tech Conference, which is, as you know, a big annual event that we are organizing. And we would like as well to remind you that there are national info days coming after the Christmas break. So we are going to have national info days in 24 member states, EEA or EU member states that have where the NCPs, the national contact points, have are organizing it. So we encourage you to visit as well the web pages of CLIMA and CINEA, and there you will have the link to the list of info days so that you can register for them as well. And I think with this, I would like to thank, yeah, okay, again, if you are interested or you know someone who might be interested in becoming an expert in our evaluations, it is in the interest of everyone, including those of you who are thinking of preparing proposals, that we have highly qualified experts on helping us in the selection. So please do use the opportunity to register to become an expert. Links to places where you can find further information. Please stay tuned. We wish you really all the best in preparing your proposals, and I would like to thank my colleagues here who have been working hard the whole day answering questions and presenting. And if we don't see you next week in the other info day, we wish you a very good end of the year festivities. Thank you. Bye-bye.